Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wal barakatuhu. Today is the second day of our international conference in collaboration with Office of the Internationalization, Mindanao State University Sulu, and the Cape Comorin Trust, India. So this is the continuation of yesterday's activity, which talks about social sciences, law, and humanities. So this afternoon, we will going to have two more international lecturers and another international research presenters that will who will going to present their papers also. So our first presenter for our international lecturer will be presented to us by Professor Brenda A. Hussein. Okay, so by the way, may I introduce the participants who are around this afternoon. Dr. Casma Mercado, ma'am, thank you for being with us. Dr. Jeba Subita, Professor Brenda Hussein, Dr. Shalja Vasudeva, Dr. Kumari K. Professor Aldicin Habibon. Thank you for your presence this afternoon, and we will be expecting that there will be another and other participants, international participants who will be also in attendance this afternoon. So we will now start with our first presentation. Professor Brenda Hussein is our moderator this afternoon. Kindly present our first lecturer for this afternoon.
Okay. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuhu. Good afternoon to each and everyone who are in attendance today. For our first international speaker, we have Dr. Casma Sally Mercado. She is a Filipino born in Zamboanga City, obtained her Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree at Ateneo de Zamboanga, Zamboanga City. She is a registered nurse and a licensed professional teacher as well. She finished her master's degree in nursing, major in nursing administration at Notre Dame of Holo College, Holo, Sulu, with a thesis entitled Social Beliefs of Tausug Mothers Preference on Home Delivery and was published in the institutional journal Kamahardikaans 2011 and earned her Doctor of Philosophy in major in Development Administration at Notre Dame of Holo College, Holo, Sulu with a dissertation titled Sulu Nurses Retention Rate Model in Different Field recently published in a journal that is indexed by Scopus. She earned her Certificate of Professional Teacher in the year 2016. She successfully completed Healthcare Services or NC2 program pursuant to the standards prescribed by Technical Education and Skills Development Authority or TESDA at Southern City Colleges, Zamboanga City, Philippines. She was a certified attendee of the postgraduate course on health communication planning of the College of Public Health, University of the Philippines, Manila, and participated in the training program for the Dean and Senior Faculty Members Competency Calibration for Leadership Development Level 2 by the Association of the Deans of the Philippine Colleges of Nursing, ADPCN, Quezon City, Philippines. She works as an emergency room nurse, orthopedic ward nurse, and hemodialysis nurse at Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, particularly at King Faisal Hospital, Taif, and King Khalid Hospital, Ha'il, Saudi Arabia. A certified Saudi Council passer by the Saudi Commission for health specialties in the year 2012 in Nahil, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and a certified basic life support provider recognized by a Saudi Heart Association in accordance with the International Liaison Committee on Resuscitation guidelines in Hail Kingdom, Saudi Arabia. She has been a clinical instructor of Notre Dame of Holo College Health Sciences Department and serves as a chairman of Community Extension Service, PAASCU accreditation, certified thesis advisor to some hospital staff and clinical instructors employed at the different colleges of nursing in Sulu. Currently an instructor of the College of Nursing of Mindanao State University, Sulu, handling operating room exposure and teaching major nursing subjects, preferably hematologic nursing and disaster nurses of the level 4 and a member of the enrollment committee of the college. She is also a graduate of school professor handling Master of Arts in Nursing program and the Doctor of Philosophy program, and also a member of the program accreditation and compliance team for the graduate school program. The title of her topic today is "An Employee Well-Being and Its Impact to Organization." Please help me welcome Dr. Casma Sali Mercado.
Good afternoon. I am honored to be a speaker of this international virtual conference. Employee well-being is a crucial topic to understand since employees spend a large proportion of their life at work. So, an employee well-being and its impact to organization. Employee well-being is a broad term that encompasses several aspects of an employee's physical, emotional, and mental health. It includes physical fitness, the emotional well-being, stress levels, and job satisfaction. Employee well-being also consists of the employee's work-life balance, that which can help them manage both personal and professional demands and their sense of engagement and connection to their work. Employee well-being is not just about the absence of illness or the absence of stress, but the employee's overall well-being. This includes creating a positive work environment that will promote physical and mental health, job satisfaction, and engagement. When employees are well, they are more productive, engaged, and motivated, which leads to better performance and increased productivity. Gallup conducted decades-long global studies of well-being, looking for facets of life that transcends culture and region. So through these studies, Gallup has discovered 5 universal elements of well-being. These are the distinct facets of life that would separate a thriving individual from one who is struggling or suffering. The elements of well-being includes the following. We have one, the career well-being, the satisfaction people feel with work. Okay na? Again, we have the elements of well-being. First one, we have the career well-being. This is the satisfaction people feel with work responsibilities and how they spend their time at work every day. As an employee, you like what you do every day. For the social well-being, this is engaging in healthy, meaningful relationships with friends and family. Having a meaningful relationships in your life. With the financial being, this is being able to manage personal finances successfully. Is how you manage your money well. For the physical well-being is having healthy and energy for basic functioning and accomplishing tasks. Having an energy to get things done. And finally, we have the community well-being. It's having a connection with others and feeling a sense of belonging in the place you live. Wherein, in short, or simply, it's that you like where you live. Of the five elements, one stands out as the foundation for all the rest. That is the career well-being. Employers who are looking to make the biggest difference in well-being in the shortest amount of time should focus on career well-being. Why should employers invest in employee well-being? Modern employees expect employers to help them live great lives. Employers who care for employee health and well-being see numerous measurable benefits. This is from higher productivity and profitability to lower turnover and fewer safety incidents. A well-designed and a research-informed well-being initiatives and strategies would provide all the important organizational resilience and remove the risk from the organizations. Now we have the advantages of employee health and well-being. An employee well-being largely contributes to one, goal achievement. When employees feel good physically and mentally, they are more likely to be motivated and focuses on achievements of the organizational goals, thereby leading to increased output and higher quality work and improved stakeholder satisfactions. Next one is risk-taking. So, reporting to work without fear of taking risk. Third one is employee well-being largely contributes to finding practical solutions to challenges that arise. Employees who are physically and mentally well are more likely to think creatively. They can solve problems effectively and contribute innovative ideas to the organization. Fourth one, it can decrease absenteeism. It can possibly absenteeism can positively, or with the decreased absenteeism can positively impact productivity and good performance. The fifth one is increased retention and engagement. Okay, when employees feel valued, respected, and supported in their well-being, they are more likely to be satisfied with their jobs and stay with the company for longer. Accordingly, that employees who strongly agree that their employer cares about their overall well-being compared with other employees are 69% less likely to actively search for a new job, and 3 times more likely to be engaged at work. Okay, next one is employee well-being largely contributes to reduced healthcare expenses. In fact, 71% are less likely to report experiencing a lack of burnout. And last is a thriving company culture. There are also several factors that can affect employee well-being, including physical and emotional factors, and factors that could be related to the work environment or the employee's job. Some of the most significant factors include the following. We have the stress. Stress can have a significant impact on employee well-being, as it can lead to physical and emotional health problems, as well as it can negatively affect job performance. When employees are constantly under pressure and feeling overwhelmed, it can lead to increased levels of anxiety, depression, and it can also lead to burnout, leading to decreased productivity, higher absenteeism, and turnover rates. Another important thing is the work-life balance. So when employees cannot manage the demands of their personal and professional lives, it can lead to increased level of stress and a lack of engagement in their work. This issue can lead to decreased productivity, increased absenteeism, and higher turnover rates. Moreover, the job satisfaction. This is closely linked to employee well-being as it can affect motivation, engagement, and overall well-being. Employees who are unsatisfied with their jobs may experience disengagement, and they may experience or they have decreased motivation. And this can negatively affect the company's productivity and increase absenteeism. Additionally, a lack of job satisfaction can lead to higher turnover rates as employees may seek better opportunities elsewhere. The physical work environment, wherein the physical surroundings at work significantly impact employee engagement. Factors such as lighting, temperature, noise levels, ergonomic furniture, and access to natural elements can influence comfort, productivity, and overall satisfaction. We have also the organizational culture. A positive and a supportive organizational culture might boost employee well-being. It includes values such as respect, transparency, and open communication and fairness. So when employees feel valued, included, and trusted, their well-being is enhanced. We have also the leadership and the management style. We have effective leaders that can play a vital role in supporting employee well-being. So leaders who demonstrate empathy, can provide clear expectations, recognize achievements, and encourage employee engagement can create a positive work environment. Conversely, poor management and leadership can contribute to stress and dissatisfaction. Emphasis also on the career development opportunities. In providing opportunities for growth, skill development, and advancement is crucial for employee well-being. And organizations that invest in employee training and offer career progression avenues contribute to job satisfaction and overall well-being. Social support and relationships. Positive relationships with colleagues and supervisors are essential for employee well-being. To have a supportive social network at work helps individuals cope with stress, thereby enhances job satisfaction and promotes a sense of belonging. We have also rewards and recognition. Now, there should be a fair and meaningful rewards and recognition systems that can contribute to employee well-being. Recognizing, appreciating employees' efforts and achievements can boost morale, motivation, and job satisfaction. Finally, there should be a health and wellness program wherein the organizations that would prioritize employee well-being provide access to health and wellness programs. These programs may include like physical fitness activities, employee mental health resources, stress management workshops, and access to counseling services. It is important to note that these factors interact and influence each other. There should be a comprehensive approach to employee well-being, involves addressing these factors holistically, considering the unique needs of employees and continuously evaluating and adapting organizational practices to promote a healthy work environment. So, what can human resource leaders do to promote employee well being? So, if you want to make your employees' well being a priority, make it part of your company culture. So, while everyone must take care of their health, the human resource can encourage well being by emphasizing it as a work value. So, there are three ways to infuse well being into your company's approach to work. One is balance work with play. So while maintaining flow as necessary for productivity, people aren't robots. To have energy for work, there must be time for play, organizing mood boosting, community building, and social gatherings, such as staff hikes or park picnics. We can give people a chance to recharge and reconnect. Another way is cultivate gratitude. The human resource leaders can encourage camaraderie and meaningful work experiences by recognizing and thanking people for their hard work and accomplishments. Communicating appreciation infuses good vibes and meaning into the work community. Finally, is encouraging mindfulness. And mindfulness sets the foundation for smart decision making, high quality work, better communication, and thinking outside the box. Making mindfulness a habit helps people regulate their emotions and thoughts. Teams can practice mindfulness through like having a group breathing exercises or meditations before conducting a meeting. To support mindfulness on an individual level, companies can designate a room or a garden as a tech-free zone for people to have quiet, uninterrupted alone time. So, as per observations working at the MSU Sulu, school administrators have greatly provided initiatives and strategies in enhancing the well-being of the employees, be it physical, emotional, mental, as evidenced by having huge number of qualified educators, experts in their field, able to produce globally competitive students or professionals, okay, be into internationalization in terms of infrastructures. Okay, we have buildings, departments, okay, that would provide good education to the students, and hoping that the administrators will continue to provide strategies in enhancing the well-being of the staff and faculty members as well as the students. So that's all about my presentation.
Pila yun? Is it pila yan, sir? 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock maybe? Ha? Yung sir. Ano? Ito na ba ako, sir? Thank you, Dr. Cosmo Mercado, for a very comprehensive and informative information about how employees are given their privileges and opportunities, and how an employee will also see the welfare of all their employees. So thank you, Dr. Kasma, for a very nice presentation and lectures that you have given to us this afternoon. So this time, uh, we have another international lecturer. But before we will proceed, may I ask anyone from the participants, dear participants from different countries, to ask questions to our international lecturer this afternoon. Mr. Aldicin Dibon, so you can uh, have your query or any comments. You can also add.
Hello,
Okay, so
okay.
it seems that everyone in the attendance this afternoon understood and heard the explanation and the discussions of our dear presenter this afternoon. So with that, Dr. Casmo Mercado, thank you very much. And we hope that we can uh, have another presentation like this, and we hope to collaborate with you in the future. Okay, thank you very much. So this time we will have our next international lecturer uh, in the person of Dr. Felicity A. Hajiban.
Research presentation.
Good afternoon again to all the participants in attendance this afternoon. Let me just remind you that after we will have the second presenter is that we will have the international presentation of research paper, which we will also have our chairman for each committee or session. Kindly all the participants stay online so that if you are already on your time, if If ever there will be no presenter will be available on their given time, maybe we cannot wait for you. Instead, we will proceed with the next presenter. So, just a reminder to all the presenter for the international presentation to be on time online so that we will not be having problem with our presentation. Also, for those presenter is that at least you have a 8 minutes to 10 minutes presentation time. You will be given that time to present your research, and then there will be panel member to give their comments or suggestions, and then afterwards there will be also a um, open forum if time is okay to have in question and answer for the presenter. Then if not, we can proceed directly to the next presentation. At least you are given 8 to 10 minutes to present your research. Okay, if you have your PowerPoint presentation, kindly be ready for that. And
Okay, good afternoon to each and everyone. Once again, our international lecturer this afternoon is already in the place. So we can now have our second presentation. So before he will going to present, may I introduce him? He is a full professor six of Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines. He is working in Mindanao State University, Sulu for more than 3 decades now. Decades na, sir? Okay. And he is the Dean of the College of Public Affairs and Criminology. And he was also the chairman of the Master of Public Administration program. And he is an author, a researcher, and a good faculty recipient. So, may I introduce Dr. Julasri A. Hajibon. So he will be in I think a minute or seconds from now. He will be online also.
Oh, introduction. Oh.
Okay, I think Dr. Julasri A. Hajibon is already on the line. So, Doc Jul, you may now start with your presentation and good afternoon to you.
Live na ito. So, maayong hapon sa inyong tanan. Buenos dias con todos. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. So, this afternoon we'll be talking about public fiscal administration. As we all know, in less developed countries, fiscal administration affects the lives of more than almost 70 million Filipinos. Thereby, fiscal managers and economic managers must come up with plans and programs that would elevate the socioeconomic status of the poor. So, in a book written by former Secretary of Education, Dr. Leonor Magtolos Biones, she defined fiscal administration to refer to the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of policies and decisions on taxation, revenue administration, resource allocation, budgeting, and borrowing. Okay. So let us start our discussion with the fiscal functions. If we look at the fiscal administration system in less developed countries like the Philippines, this is patterned after that of the United States. This is not so very surprising because we have been a colony of the United States for a number of years. Thereby, most of the fiscal practices in the Philippines are patterned after that of the United States. Okay. Although, if we strictly look at the fiscal system in the Philippines, then it's actually tantamount to saying that we should not pattern or we should not actually copy the fiscal system in highly developed countries. Why? Because in terms of goals and objectives, less developed countries like the Philippines, our direction is towards stabilization, while highly developed countries are more on economic growth. And thereby, we can simply say that the fiscal system being adopted in our country will not somehow work efficiently and effectively in our midst. Okay? Thereby, our fiscal and economic managers must come up with our own patterns or strategies on how to address the fiscal problems in our country. Okay? Of course, if we still look back at the historical experience that we have during the time of the Japanese, the American, and other colonizers, then this brought traumas to the Filipinos. Okay? And of course, the political-economic relationships are maintained even after the granting of independence. In the past, colonization is through occupation. The colonizing power have to occupy our country. But very lately, colonization is through control, wherein in terms of financial matters, they have control over our economic and political direction. Okay, for instance, when a less developed country like the Philippines would negotiate for loan, we have to write a so-called letter of intent. Although you might say that the letter of intent is written by a debtor country like the Philippines, but in most cases, there are conditionalities which are imposed by these creditor nations because they want to be assured na we can pay them. Okay, we have the capacity to pay of our debt. That's why you will notice in 1990, when there was a power shortage, there was an increase in the rate of power. Okay, because this was actually foreign imposition that for us to be granted a loan, we have to increase the power rate. So general fiscal administration has three functions. First is the allocation function, distribution function, and the stabilization function. In the first fiscal function, okay, which is allocation, resources of the country would be misallocated without some of the guidance of our fiscal and economic managers. Okay, in other words, without these strategies and pattern being adopted, then resources would be misallocated. So for efficient utilization of our resources, we have to see to it that it is in consonant with the national plans, programs, especially the plans formulated by NEDA, the National Economic and Development Authority, being the planning agency of the country. Okay. Then we have the distribution function. Okay. The distribution function, because of the scarcity of resources, there is a need to redistribute the country's wealth and income. Okay. Because as what Michael Todorov said, that 83% of the country's wealth and income are in the hands of the few, are in the hands of the rich. Thereby, there is a need to redistribute the country's wealth and income through taxes. Okay? That's why less developed countries like the Philippines are adopting a so-called progressive system. Then the distribution function can also be equated to equality of opportunity. Okay? Equality of opportunity to all members of the society. For instance, in terms of education, then the poor but deserving students should be allowed or are given the opportunity to study in prestigious university in the Philippines, like University of the Philippines, University of the and other universities in the country. Okay, so these are the instrument of the distribution function. As I've said, progressive system of taxation. What is a progressive tax? A tax is said to be progressive when the tax rate increases as the tax base increases. So tax rate and tax base moves in the same direction. So as we earn more, we have to pay higher taxes to the government. Okay. In the Philippines, we are only using the progressive system of taxation, and for regressive, we are not. Okay, progressive and proportional. Okay. So aside from progressive system of taxation, we have also the taxes on goods purchased largely by the rich, like for instance, the luxury tax. Okay. Example are taxes imposed on people who own yachts and those who own television at 70 inches, then that is subject to luxury tax. Okay. And the third fiscal function is the so-called stabilization function. Okay. In the stabilization function, our major concern is on the maintenance of a higher level of employment. Okay. You will notice that in all administration, the major concern is actually whenever a peso is being spent, they see to it that we can generate employment out of that expenditure. Okay. So employment generation and of course, price level stability and stable value of money. So the national government give priority to expenditures which would generate employment. Okay, and under no circumstances shall the expenses incurred by the government create what? Instability in prices. Okay, because when prices of commodities fluctuates, then unscrupulous businessmen will take advantage of the situation by holding, and thereby prices of commodity will go higher. Okay, and of course, stable value of money. Okay, stable value of money. Although the value of our currencies are actually affected by our dollar deficit and the circulation of peso outside of the country. Now we have the instrument of stabilization. Okay, reduce reserve requirements. There are instances that Central Bank of the Philippines require reserve requirements of all financial institutions. But if we are in a state of, let's say, inflation, then we can reduce the reserve requirement. Instead of 10%, for example, we can reduce it to 5 or to 3%, so that there would be more money in circulation in the economy. Okay. Then discount rate and condonation of penalties. It's one way of encouraging taxpayers to pay their taxes through condonation of penalties, because if there are penalties being imposed, then this might discourage, or it's one way that these people would evade from the payment of their taxes. Then that's the monetary policy. For the fiscal policy, for the fiscal instrument of stabilization, we have raising public expenditure. Because whenever we raise public expenditure, then it would inject money into the economy, and it would bring it has an expansionary effect, and thereby it would increase demand and supplies. And tax reduction. In summary, these are the fiscal functions. Allocation, distribution. So in the allocation, it's the allocation of social public goods and private goods, then the distribution of income and wealth, then for stabilization, employment, price level stability, and balance of payment, and of course, economic growth. Okay. So the government has money. What for? Okay. Actually, the spending made by the government are a sort of injection of money into the economy. Whenever the government inject money through compensatory spending, then it would make available money to the poor. Okay? Especially so in the case of dole-out programs provided by the national government. Okay? Because the government spends so as to address economic fluctuation. Okay? And we can say that one of the manifestations of economic fluctuation is unemployment. If employment is in a two-digit, then the economy is fluctuating actually. So the major concern of our fiscal and economic manager is to achieve full employment, okay, where the number of unemployed personnel is greater, the number of employed personnel is greater than the number of unemployed men and women. Generally, there are two types of public deficit spending. We have pump priming and compensatory spending. Okay, so pump priming is just the injection of government funds into the income stream, and compensatory is actually deficit spending scheme resorted to by the government to offset the inadequacies in private spending. Because of the inactivity of the private sector, then the government has to come in and inject money into the economy so as to keep the ball rolling. Okay. So compensatory fiscal policy is characterized by a budget deficit during the present phase of the business, a budget deficit during depression. In other words, we have to spend more than the income, okay, so as to activate the economy. Then a balanced budget in terms of full employment and stable prices. So the budget should be equal to the income raised by the revenue raising arms of the national government, and a budgetary surplus. Okay, budgetary surplus would mean that the expenditure is more than income. So in the spending of public resources, do we have any guide or principles that would be followed good Professor Somers come up with these principles of government expenditure. And these are the principle of maximum employment. That in all expenditure made by the government, they have to see to it that they can generate employment. Then the maximum advantage should be achieved and maximum economic growth. Of course, yung, there should be minimum interference with principle of minimum expenditure and principle of minimum interference with the private sector. Under no circumstances the public sector compete with the private in terms of services and in terms of businesses that they would engage into. Okay. Then moving on to fiscal and monetary policies. Okay. Actually, monetary policies are formulated by the CMA, Central Monetary Authority. This is a body under central bank. And monetary policy are actually faster in terms of its implementation. While fiscal policy, this is instituted by Congress and it's time consuming, okay, because we have to pass, it has to pass first reading, second reading, and third reading until finally it will be approved. And we have the major monetary tools. One is the legal reserve requirement. Okay, so it depends now on the problem visiting the economy, whether to increase or decrease the percentage of reserve deposits of banks as required by the central bank. So central bank may require financial institution to increase or decrease the reserve requirements. Then moral suasion. This is an appeal of the central bank to expand or contract their credit or to spend bank credit. And the last, the sale or of government bonds in an effort to increase or decrease government cash reserve. Then moving on to fiscal policy. Okay. Fiscal policy refers to the mix of, it refers to policies on taxation, public expenditure, and borrowing. Okay. Somehow fiscal policy is just related to taxation. Okay, but then I will be discussing taxation later on. So fiscal policy is effective during deflation, where a budget through tax cut, hike in government spending, and these are the fiscal policy objectives. Okay, provision of social goods or market for because of market failure. Then ensure price stability, desirable level of employment, maintain a desirable level of output, redistribution of income and wealth, then sustain a satisfactory rate of economic growth. Actually, all economies in the world are trying to sustain their economic growth. Okay, Rat.
Okay na.
Okay, Rat. Okay, Rat. Okay, Rat. So generally we have three state powers: the power of taxation, the power of eminent domain, and the police power. Okay. So the power of taxation is actually the power granted to local government units and the national government, because generally taxes would be imposed by, in the case of national taxes as provided for by Section 19 of the National Internal Revenue Code, then the BIR and the Bureau of Customs imposes national taxes. And we have also taxes being imposed by the local government units. And we have also the power of eminent domain. With just compensation. Okay, for instance, in terms of road expansion, the government can take a portion of your lot for public purpose, but that would be paid by the government based on the fair market value, okay, prevailing at the time that your property would be taken over by the government. Then the police power, the power to sustain a close, promote public health, public morals, public safety, and the general welfare. Okay. Generally, taxes started as voluntary contribution made by members of primitive societies. Okay, because this has something to do with the kind of services provided by government in those days, where their powers and functions were just limited to the maintenance of peace and order, establishment of public market. Okay, thereby, even if taxes are voluntary, but the government still survive because of the limited functions they are providing. But now, no state can ever survive if taxes would not be made compulsory. That's why we say that a tax is a compulsory contribution from the people to the government. What for? Of course, to defray the expenses incurred by the government and without reference to special benefits conferred upon taxpayer. So, in the definition, we can simply say that whether you are a taxpayer or not, when the government provides services, you are entitled to that, to such services. So taxes are imposed for the following purposes. Generally, we have two purposes of taxation: revenue raising and sumptuary taxation. Okay. So the government imposes taxes so as to raise revenue. The second is for control, because there are products which are deemed hazardous to the health of the people, and thereby the government imposes higher taxes on such product so as to control or to minimize consumptions, like alcoholic beverage. We have equity, certainty, convenience, and economy. Okay. Although we have also this principle of uniformity. Okay. Because the role of uniformity also applies to territorial uniformity and would mean uniformity within the taxing jurisdiction. If a tax is imposed by the national government, by the BIR, for example, then the rate of tax would be the same no matter where you are. Okay? Nandun ka sa Maynila, sa Siasi, or wherever you are. So if the tax is imposed by the national government, then it would be uniform throughout its taxing jurisdiction. But if it's imposed by the local government units, then it must be uniform within that local government unit. Then the tax should also be adequate. Okay? Because the government depends on taxes. Okay? As we say, that taxes build the nation. And thereby, it must be adequate. It must be sufficient enough to finance to defray the expenses incurred by the government. And taxes are imposed for public purpose. Okay? It must support the development trust of the country. And it will not be led to any private person. In other words, you cannot deputize your power of taxation. Okay? If, for instance, you're a collector, you cannot deputize the power to your wife, to your children, or to anybody else to do the collection for you. Okay? It must be only people who are clothed with the authority that should perform or do the tax collection. Okay? So the rate of tax can be classified into progressive, proportional, and regressive. Although in the Philippines, we seldom use regressive tax. Regressive tax is only used by highly developed countries like United States, Japan, and other developed countries. But in the Philippines, we are only adopt using progressive and proportional tax. Okay. Anyway, we have explained earlier what a progressive system of taxation. So we have generally two approaches to taxation. We have the benefit approach and the ability to pay approach. Okay, those who are benefited by the services provided by the government must bear the burden of paying taxes. And second is that the payment of taxes is based on your ability to pay, okay, as measured by the size of income and wealth. So if you have more income and wealth or property, then you will be paying higher taxes to the government. A tax can also be direct or indirect. So an example of the direct tax is income tax, where you cannot shift the burden of the tax to anybody else. In the case of indirect tax, the burden of the tax can be shifted to the final consumer of the product. Like the producer manufacturer's tax, where the tax can be shifted to the final consumer of the product. Okay. So generally, we have the sources of revenue. Okay, tax revenue, capital revenues, grants, and extraordinary income. So revenues is broader than tax. In fact, tax is one of the component of revenues. So these are the national taxes as provided for under Section 19 of the National Internal Revenue Code. Okay, we have the income tax, which is the individual and the corporate income tax, inheritance tax, then gift tax, okay, excise tax, okay, petroleum products, the miscellaneous taxes, and foods, and quarry resources. So moving on to the budget. Okay. So generally, there are two parts of the budget. We have the current operating expenditure and the capital outlay. Okay. The current operating expenditure are the salaries, okay, and maintenance and other operating expenditure. In the Philippines, as provided for in Article 14, Section 5, it is stated that the state shall assign the highest budget to education. Okay. This is on the belief that education is the basic right of all citizens. Okay. So the budget is said to be the master plan. It's an overall plan of the government because you cannot think of any program, any project if it does not have the budget. Because if any program or project doesn't have the budget, it's tantamount to saying na walang pera yun. That program, that project doesn't have the money for its implementation. So the budget is financed to revenues, borrowings. Okay. For borrowings, we have domestic loans and foreign loans. So in the preparation of the budget, we are guided by the following principles. The principle of equilibrium, where what you allocate is what you have. The total authorized expenditure should not exceed income. Okay. Then comprehensiveness. The budget should contain expenditure on gross basis, where all income of the national government and all expenditures should be reflected in the budget. Okay? It prohibits, for instance, the earmarking of revenues for a particular expenditure. Just because your agency is an income-generating agency, then you will set aside a portion of your income for your expenditure. No. As provided for in this principle, it is not allowed. Okay? Then the principle of clarity. Okay? If possible, the budget should be understandable to laymen. Okay? And the budget process should be made public. Okay? Publicity. That's why in the preparation of budget, it is posted in the national dailies, and it is shown in television. That is for public consumption. Then of course, budget unity. Okay? Where all receipts should be recovered into one general fund for financing all expenditure. So it doesn't mean yung agency natin is an income generating agency now, we can set aside a portion. No. All income of different agencies, the government should be remitted to the Bureau of Treasury, and it will be allocated by Congress. Okay, because the Congress has the legislative powers in the allocation of resources, that authorization and periodicity. Okay. So these are the budgeting policies. Okay, no money shall be paid out of the treasury except in pursuance of an appropriation made by law. Okay, so release of allotment should be based on the budget. Then public funds and money shall be spent solely for public purposes. Monies, okay, because there are agencies where their resources not only in terms of peso but in terms of other currency. Okay, then trust funds shall not be paid out of the treasury except in fulfillment of the purpose for which the trust was created or the fund received. Okay, trust funds are money entrusted to a certain entity, to a certain office, or to an individual. And a trust fund cannot be used for other purposes except for the purpose for which the trust was created or for which the fund was received. Okay. So as I've said, there are two parts of the budget. We have the current operating expenditure. which are broken down into personal services and maintenance and other operating expenditures. Then for the capital outlay, in the case of educational institution, we have book outlays, equipment outlays, construction of a school building, and many more. Okay. So, for instance, in the case of current operating expenditure and personal services, so you have to list down all the positions. For instance, the case of our institution, MSU, we have associate professor, then 1, 2, 3, because that would be our basis in the computation of our budget. Okay, we have to itemize all the positions. Radium, cash gift, ACA, clothing, okay, 13-month pay, 14-month pay. Then maintenance and other operating expenses. So moving on to the budget process. Okay. In the preparation of the budget, the first step is the so-called budget preparation, which is the preparation by the executive branch of the budget. Okay. So in the case of MSU, when we received the budget call, then we started the preparation of the budget. There are agencies of the government, even if they haven't received the budget call, they outrightly start the preparation of their budget. Then when they receive the budget call, then they just attune their budget to the guidelines made by DBM. Okay. So budget call, after budget call, then agency budget estimates, where the different agencies of the government will be preparing their budget. The field office will be preparing their budget and submit that to the regional office. The regional office will submit their budget to the central office. Until such time, they will have an agency budget. The agency budget is the one that would be dependent and presented in Congress by the department secretary. Okay. Then the budget legislation, this pertains to the legislative consideration and approval of the appropriation bill. So although in the budget legislation, the budget depends, there are instances where there are budget slashing, okay, where a portion of the budget might be reduced, but it depends on how we are able to justify our needs. So in Congress, the budget goes first to the House of Representatives. Okay, then from House of Representatives goes to the House of Senate, until finally it's approved. But there are instances that the House of Senate and the House of Representatives will have different portion as to the budget. And to trace out differences, they will have a so-called conference committee. A conference committee created and composed of personnel from the lower house and from the upper house, and they will decide on the budget of the agency. Okay. Section 28 of PD 1177, it inhibits the legislature from increasing the appropriation of any program or projects of any department. Okay. Thereby, Congress cannot increase the budget of any agency as provided for by the president in his budget proposal. Okay. Then, after the budget is being approved, that is for execution, for implementation, and budget accountability. Okay. So before I will present a budget for the local government units, example of a budget from the local government units, let's proceed to borrowing. Okay. So there are instances where people are questioning actually, is borrowing really good? Okay. So in most cases, it depends now on how you manage the proceed from borrowing. Okay. Borrowing is good if you have the capacity to pay. Okay. If you have the capacity to pay what is being borrowed. So actually, borrowing was propounded by John Maynard Keynes after 1930, the Depression of 1930. John Maynard Keynes was advocating a so-called deficit spending, which is opposed to the idea of Adam Smith. Adam Smith, also an English economist, which propounded a balanced budget. So you will notice that two English economists have different, okay, different stand on borrowing. Adam Smith was propounded a balanced budget. John Maynard Keynes insisted on a deficit spending. So there are two types of debt, internal and external. Okay. So which is more advantageous, internal or external? If we borrow from within, okay, although payment is actually in peso, but it has higher interest rate and shorter maturity. Although you might say that internally held debt is not burdensome because it's just a matter of transferring resources from one person to another, from one pocket to another. In other words, Filipinos own the debt structure. Okay. In the case of external debt, it is expressed in dollars and it involves the flow of resources to outside of the country. Although as propounded by Musgrave in his book, Philippine Public Finance, foreign borrowing is preferable to local borrowing. Why? Because public investment, which is financed by domestic borrowing, does not add to capital formation. It merely transfers funds from one individual to another. Okay? So if borrowing is from abroad, additional resources become available and add up to the domestic resources. Investment therefore goes up, brought about by higher consumption. Okay. These are the objectives of public debt. Okay. So these are the reasons for the growth of external debt. One is net availment. Okay. Where when a certain country like the Philippines would borrow money, let's say we borrow 100 million, but we have an outstanding debt which is due and refundable in the amount of 500 million, then what would be given to us is only 500 million. So that represents the net availment. Okay. The second is the foreign exchange rate fluctuation. Okay. This represents the fluctuation of other currency where our debt is expressed. Let's say yen, okay, in other currency. Then capitalize and interest. There are instances if we don't have the dollars to pay our debt, then that loan, that money is being loaned and it becomes a fresh loan or a capital loan. Okay. So people are questioning, especially the debt coalition of the Philippines. Why can we not control our loan? Actually, we have we have laws that regulate foreign borrowings. Okay, for foreign borrowings, we are only allowed by RA 1000 to 2 billion pesos. And $1 billion. For internal borrowing, it's 2 billion pesos. For external borrowing, it's $2 billion. Okay. But in most cases, we adhere to we justified it with the normal limit where borrowing is not dictated by these statutory laws, but it's by the need of the economy. So the debt coalition of the Philippines are advocating for a debt cap. Okay. So in the study conducted by the Congressional Planning and Budget Office that if we will adopt a debt cap, there would be a total cut-off in Philippine aid plan funding. Okay. Then there would be a 50% decrease in foreign investments, then loss of the credit, then decline of export. Actually, we have options. Okay, we can use debt repudiation. Like for instance, advocates of those after the EDSA revolution, they propounded that we should have disowned our loan. Okay, or you should have repudiated our loan. Or we can declare that moratorium. Okay. But there are actually consequence if we declare that moratorium. Okay, this would be, as we have experienced during the time of President Marcos when he declared that moratorium, the following are the effect. That the country was temporarily shut off from the international financial community. Central bank have to raise foreign exchange rate, imports and export were severely cut, then negative economic growth and the capital plight ensued. Okay. So these are the debt strategy adopted by our fiscal and economic managers. Adoption of economic reforms, where we have to ensure financial stability and economic restructuring. We have to go to short-term maturity of loans. Budget. So, in as much as the barangay is the basic political unit, we'll be showing you an example of a barangay budget. So, this is the office of the barangay of the Sangguniang Barangay. Okay. This is in Barangay Tulayo, Losulu. So, the address, of course, the Honorable Presiding Officer, members, Sangguniang Panlunsod. Pagit yan. Then we are respectfully submitting with the barangay annual budget for fiscal year 2023 as embodied in barangay appropriation. Okay. So, of course, an ordinance, okay, for the request of the budget and the detailed programs, infrastructure, peace, lahat-lahat ng program of the barangays that would be financed by the 2023 budget. Okay. So these are the authorized expenditure. And of course, the certification by the barangay chairman. And the Barangay Development Council. Because as to the programs, it's the Barangay Development Council that would determine the programs that should be provided, should be included in the development plan. So we have also discussed the functions of the Bureau, the BIR as provided for in Section 19 of the National Internal Revenue Code. That's when passing the functions of the Bureau of Customs, because generally we have two revenue raising arms of the national government. We have the Bureau of Customs and the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Okay. So these are the functions, duties of the Bureau of Customs. Okay, of course, the assessment and collection of local revenues from imported articles. So even the prevention of smuggling, it's the task of the Bureau of Customs. Okay, the entrance and clearance of vessel, enforcement of tariff and custom laws. Okay, foreign mails. Okay, why do foreign mails have to pass through the Bureau of Customs? Because people might make use of mail as a medium of smuggling. So in the Philippines, actually, we don't charge, we don't impose tariff duty on our export. Okay. We're only imposing tariff duty on imported articles. It's one way of encouraging exporter to produce, then they are not being taxed. The government doesn't impose tariff duty on imported goods. Okay. But tariff duties can be classified into transit duties, export duties, export duties. Okay. So these are the purposes of tariff duties: for revenue as a protective device. Okay. So for revenue, that's actually for revenue raising. If the imported articles does not face competition in the local market, in other words, we don't have products produced locally that would be competing with the imported articles, then the rate of tax would be lower. But there are instances if the imported articles would be competing with locally produced products, then the rate of tax would be higher. The tariff would be higher because the main intention is actually to to protect rather local industries. then as a vehicle for distribution of resources, then as a bargaining tool. Okay. So in the trade negotiation, it's good actually to set a tariff high, thereby when the contracting parties would reduce the rate, the tariff, then we can also reduce our tariff rate in consonance with the percentage of decrease that the contracting parties have decreased their tariff. Okay. So we have also the ordinary or regular custom duties. We have the ad valorem, the specific, alternate, and compound. When we say ad valorem tax, it is based on value. Okay. The rate of tax is based on the value of the goods. Then specific, it's based on volume or weight. Then alternate, whichever is higher than the compound. If you import more, then the rate of tax would be higher. Okay. So these are the special custom duties: anti-dumping duty, then safeguard duty, and countervailing duty. Okay, and so all products should be marked with their country of origin. So if it's not marked, then a dumping duty would be imposed on such product. Then countervailing duty. So any product granted a bounty or subsidy by the country of origin, that would be levied a countervailing duty. Okay. And the marking duty. Okay. All imported articles must be marked with the name of their country of origin, so that in case that the product is hazardous to the health of the people, at least we can claim responsibility. Okay. Then discriminatory duty for countries which discriminates against the product of the Philippines. So the Philippines imposing a tariff duty on product of a certain country which discriminate the product of the Philippines. And continuous deprivation of our continuous discrimination of our product, then the rate of tax would reach as high as 100%. Okay. So we have also the other custom fees and charges. We have the harbor fees, then the war page. Although the war page is actually a misnomer, okay, because the war page would be imposed even if no warp is used. Okay. Actually, the appropriate term should be a cargo fee. Okay, because the war page is assessed against the cargo of a vessel. Then berthing, storage charges, and arasti charges. So that's all for this afternoon. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Gracias, Canino.
Thank you. Okay, that was wonderful, Dr. Julasiria Gibon, for a very productive and comprehensive explanation about fiscal autonomy and accountability, especially here in the Philippines. So now I'll turn the floor to our secretariat, Professor Jimar Najee. Sir, are you in the line?
Okay. Am I audible, ma'am? Okay, thank you, Dr. Jelasri Hajibun, for comprehensive lectures given to us. As an employee of Mindanao State University, Sulu, I must be aware of the fiscal accountability, and most of the judiciary shall enjoy fiscal autonomy. Thus, appropriation for the judiciary may not be reduced by the legislator below the amount appropriated for the previous year, and after approval shall be automatically and regularly released. Thank you, Doc.
Doc, umiwita mo. Thank you lang. Thank you lang ko kami.
Actually, in the case of the different agencies of the government, when they have prepared the budget, the first thing that will be released by DBM is NCA, the notice of the funding one on A. When the NCA is already released, it would mean that you have already the money in the bank and it's ready for disbursement. Thereby, the different agencies of the government will usually wait for for the NCA for them to disburse their money from the bank. And the DBM releases the money. Then when the agency disburses money from the bank, then DBM replenishes the money being withdrawn by the agency from their account.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Julasiri Hajibon, for the additional input and idea on the fiscal uh, autonomy and accountability of each and everyone, especially employees like us in Mindanao State University, Sulu. So at least we are now guided of what agency are we going to go through, especially if we will be asking some queries with regards of our with our taxes, paying of taxes, remittances, and etc. So thank you, Doc, for a very well comprehensive discussion. So I think we have one. Can we ask the participants to ask our international presenter this afternoon?
Yeah,
Anyone from the
yes.
participants?
Technical session, one participants are there, ma'am. You can start.
Okay, thank you. Oo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hajibon. As an employee of the Mindanao State University, Sulumi, I know what is my accountability as contractual employee, since I understand that contractual employees are individuals who receive a fixed fee to work for a special, specified frame or on a certain project. Companies may also refer to these types of employees as independent contractors, contract workers, freelancers, or work for here staffers. Thank you, Doc.
So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, in case of accountability of contractual faculty, in terms of financial accountability, we don't. Okay, it's only people who has access to financial transactions which have financial accountability. In the case of contractual employees, accountability is limited to performance of duties and responsibilities as laid out in the job description. Okay? Because your duties and responsibilities is explicitly provided in the job description. So in terms of financial accountability, no, it's only people who has direct access to financial transaction have the financial accountability. In the case of contractor employees, your accountability is explicitly provided in the job description. Thank you.
Very well said. Our
Thank you very
illustrious
much, Doc.
author, Dr. Syria Gibon. Now we know already the what is the role and what are the accountability of a contractual employee like uh, Ma'am Ma'am Arapa, Ma'am Lydia Arapa who asked us earlier. So thank you, Dr. Julia Siria Gibon, once again for your well presentation and comprehensive discussions about fiscal autonomy and governance. Thank you.
Yes. So, dear participants, our first presenter, Jenisha Mary, research scholar, Research Department of English, Anne Velangani College, Tolayarveta. Coordinate with Dr. J. Sulada, Associate Professor and Research Supervisor, Research Department of English, Anne Velangani College, Tolayarveta. So, her topic is a delineation of shamanic culture in Lisa Sea's The Island of Sea Women. Are you here? Yes, Jenisha, please start.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Janisha. I'm doing research in Annie Velangani College, and my presentation topic is a delineation of shamanic culture in Lisa Sea's The Island of Sea Women. Lisa Sea is an American writer and novelist, presents the shamanic culture of Jeju Island in her historical novel The Island of Sea Women. Jeju is a South Korean island, constitutes of different tradition and culture as part of Jeju's tradition. The people in the Jeju Island believed and worshipped shamanism. Shamanism is a kind of religious practice carried out by the indigenous people. In Korea, shamanism is said as Moism and it is primarily started in South Korea. Shamanism is mainly practiced by female shamans and was named as Mudang. Through this novel, Lisasi vividly presents the religious and cultural activities of shamanism, followed by the Jeju people of South Korea. Shamanism is mainly practiced in Asian countries. This religious practice is formulated and practiced by shamans. The shamans were act as priests
Janisha,
and
one
it
second.
can, yeah.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. So, dear
Okay.
participants, our chairperson joined with us, Nada ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am? Yeah, sorry, ma'am, your voice is not clear for us. Please check your mic. No, ma'am, please. Okay, I think she has some issues. Okay, Janisha, please continue.
Shall I continue with my presentation?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. In the novel, The Island of Sea Women, Lizzie presents the activities of shamanism. It
Am I
vividly
audible?
presents.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Nada ma'am.
Yes.
Welcome our session, ma'am. It's
Okay.
audible.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. So
Thank
she
you.
is our first presenter, Janisha Mary, ma'am. She's going to start this.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, in the novel The Island of Sea Women, Lizzie presents the activities of shamanism. It vividly presents the practices of shamanism and its decreasing number of followers by the colonization of Japan and the influence of modernization in South Korea. The declination of shamanism is also caused by the spreading of Christianity by the modernized people. In this novel, Lizzie presented a female shaman named Shaman Kim. Here in this novel, Shaman Kim acts as a spiritual and moral guide. Shaman had the ability to speak to the dead soul and she had the ability to convey the messages to human given by the dead one. Shamanism among worldwide have variations in their appearances and activities, but they hold the common practices as every shaman possesses. Lizzie in her novel presents the Korean shamanism, which holds some different activities. Korea practices different religions like Confucianism, Taoism, and Christianity. Although in Jeju Island, the Shisho villagers practices shamanism, the mainland of and other Korean religions. And these religions overpower shamanism in the name of backwardness. Confucianism is a kind of religion constitutes of religious and philosophical ideas. According to Confucianism, women have to look and care for the family and they possess only the inner realm. But Shamanism led women to earn by their own by doing sea diving and other field works. Shamanism gives power and self-empowerment for women, but not Confucianism. As a matriarchal culture, women took pride to have shamanism as their spiritual assistants. The novel begins in the year 1938, and in that time, Jeju Island was under the colonization of Japan. The Japanese hates shamanic culture. They considered it as a backward religion, so they tried hard to eradicate shamanism in South Korea. If any Japanese saw any of the shamanic rituals, they arrest and torture the shaman priests and provide severe punishments to them. In this novel, Shaman Kim also faced the same hurdles. In order to ban shamanism in South Korea, the Japanese colonists tortured many shamans and destroyed their equipments like cymbals and drums. These Japanese tried in many ways to stop shamanism, but in hidden, it continues in the Jeju Island. In this novel, the protagonist Eng Suk and her friend Mija, who grew up in Jeju Island, had strong belief in shamanism. Although Mija is the daughter of Japanese collaborator, she with her friend worshipped and believed in shamanism. Even though Mija married to a Japanese collaborator, she worshipped shamanism to conceive a son and to get back her husband from the hands of enemies. The Hindu Society of Jeju Island strongly believed in shamanism. Shamanism is one of the parts of Hindu's lives. These shamans can speak to the lost or dead soul and can transfer the message to the needy one. Shamans are believed to be good healers. They would heal any physical and mental problems. In this novel, when Yuri, a female character, met with an accident in the sea, she becomes passive. Yuri's mother arranged a ritual to bring Yuri's soul back to her passive body with the help of Shaman Kim. Shaman Kim chanted many prayers by addressing all gods of Jeju. Through her supernatural power, Shaman Kim calls for Yuri's soul and it responded back to it. The next day of the ritual, Yuri becomes active but not the same Yuri as before the accident. Through this incident, Lizzie stated that shamans have enough power to cure any physical and psychological disabilities. Shamans are also actors, spiritual and moral advisors. Although shamanism seems a little barbaric, it advises people to act in a moral way. In Korea, shamanism flourished until the colonization of Japan. After the
Sorry to
colonization
interrupt.
of Japan.
Denisha, Mary, you have only 2 more minutes. So
Oh, okay, sir.
kindly conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. In Korea, shamanism flourished until the colonization of Japan. After the colonization of Japan in 1910, shamanism began to fade. As depicted in the novel, people struggled much to follow shamanism in Jeju Island from the early 20th century. If the Japan saw any shaman practices, they were arrested and punished by them. Shamanism is an older tradition which is followed in many countries and also it is still active in many of the Asian countries. But as an older tradition, it nowadays seems to be out of practice due to various reasons. The evolution of modernization makes people to shift to various global religions. And also it is considered as a little barbaric by the civilians. Although it seems to be fading from the society by various reasons, it is the cultural identity of South Korea. The shamanic culture presented in the novel The Island of Sea Women picturized the shamanic tradition followed by the Jeju people. It clearly depicts the characteristics of shamanic ideologies and practices followed by matrifocal society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yamisha, for your presentation about this shamanism, about this culture identity. It was really very, very informative, insightful. You really, you really explain us each one detail. So I think like a qualitative research that it is good. I hope that you contact and write in your work, in your article, all the literature, everything what you contacted, because I don't see that, I don't have that. So my message is, please keep doing a great work, respecting the research design. So I hope that you now, when we are here, I only hear what you are talking. So I don't know what is your introduction, what's your abstract, what is the main part. So it is not visible, but in the like a whole, I think it is really good, and you make really good research, because I think that if we don't stop you, and because of the limited time, you will talk, I think, 3 more hours. Am I right?
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So Nadabam, I have a request for you.
Yes,
Shall we
yes,
call?
yes.
Yeah, shall we call our fifth participant, Tanvi Kumar Ghosh, sir, as our second?
You can. Yes, it is okay.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Kumar sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there. Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Yeah, please, sir.
Yeah. Uh, Good afternoon, Chair, ma'am. Good afternoon, professors and research scholars. I am Tanumay Kumar Ghosh, a PhD research scholar in the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. Am I audible, ma'am? Am I clear?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, you are. Yes,
Thank
you are. Audible, very
you.
clear.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So the title of my paper is Analyzing the Role of King Sayajirao III in the Socio-Economic Development of the erstwhile Baroda state and its contemporary relevance. The Baroda state today is part of the Gujarat state in India. It was formed in the early decades of the 18th century and ruled by the Gaikwad dynasty of the Maratha Confederacy. So the state faced issues of succession in the 1870s after the death of that time's king, Khanderao II, due to absence of a male heir. The then Queen Jamnabai decided to adopt a 12-year-old boy. This just I'm giving a very background of my paper. The then Queen Jamnabai decided to adopt a 12-year-old boy from a related family. He was known as Gopal Rao. He was born as Gopal Rao in a Kavlana village, nearly 400 kilometers of the current Baroda city. And he was crowned the Maharaja, the king, the great king Sayajirao Gaikwad III in 1875. So this, I will be mainly talking about the last quarter of the 19th century and the first quarter of the 20th century. So the period is this. So as Sayajirao, after he became the king, he mainly came from a farming family, a agricultural family. He had seen the issues of the poor people. So in order to understand the problems in a better way, he decided to tour the state. He understood the fact that he needed to meet and talk to the people, the mass, directly. As the Maharaja, his first public work was to improve the problem of water scarcity by building a dam near the Baroda city. Now, because my paper is mainly focusing on the socio-economic development part of the region, so if I start from the social upliftment part, I have to mention that he was one of the first kings of the Baroda state who established the public sanitation department under a commissioner in 1891. We are aware that our current Prime Minister Narendra Modi also talks about hygiene and Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. So this actually, the whole thing actually started from Sayajirao in the late 19th century. So in the field of healthcare, if I have to say, during the reign of Sayajirao in 1875, he also started a full-fledged medical department. So if I have to give certain numbers, between 1876 and 1907, he built numerous hospitals like Jamnabai Dispensary, Sayajirao Military Hospital, Dufferin Hospital, because that was a colonial period. So he also built a Dufferin Hospital, currently today known as Sir Sayajirao General Hospital. He also started a nursing college, which ultimately became the base for the medical college, today's famous, very famous medical college of Baroda. He was dedicated to the work for the upliftment of the oppressed classes. So he tried to spread education not only in the elite classes but to the grassroots, the subaltern people, as we say, to the grassroots, and shape excellence through funding education of the lower classes. Dr. Baba Sahib Rao Ambedkar, the father of India's constitution, was a perfect example of this because he sponsored the education of Dr. Ambedkar in Columbia University, who later drafted India's constitution and was later known as the father of it. In terms of education, if I have to highlight, Sayajirao was the first, and I focus on this. Sayajirao was the first among all the Indian princes to introduce free and compulsory primary education back in 1893. So between 1891 and 1893, in just 2 years, he built 632 new schools. The untouchables of those times, because that was a time when this concept was there, the untouchability concept. The untouchables were also required by the state to attain these schools. He was also known as the pioneer of the library movement. Why he was known as a pioneer? Because in 64 years of his reign, he constructed 1,504 libraries in a comparatively smaller state like Baroda. So each village had a library. He also invited different social reformers like Atmaram Bedi, who was an Arya Samaj activist, to Baroda, and he made him the superintendent of the Antajya schools. Now, Antajya schools mainly means the poor economic sections, the depressed classes. So he made him the superintendent of those kind of schools. In terms of women empowerment, if I have to highlight, he himself led the way by making his second wife, Chimna Bai II, study and become literate. At that point of time, it was not a very popular concept to give education to the girl child, but when we see, he himself takes the step by making his wife.
Sorry to interrupt, but you have only 2 more minutes left. So please conclude.
Okay. He also opened female training colleges to train female teachers. One of his biggest achievements in the field of education is the institution I am representing today, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, named after him. So it was opened as Baroda College in 1881. If I talk about the alumni of this institution, Vinoba Bhave, who is considered the national teacher of India, Dada Saheb Phalke, who is known as the father of Indian cinema, K. Munshi, Venkatraman Ramakrishnan, who was the 2009 Nobel Prize winner, and so many. If I focus the economic development part, so he expanded the railway network. He developed State Department of Railways. He established Railway Staff College, which is today known as the Railway University of India. One of the today's biggest locomotive sheds is in Baroda. He built it. So it actually played a huge role in the development of trade and commerce activities. One thing I want to focus is that he built a model farm, which actually led to agricultural education and literacy. So it used to work on experimenting and production of good seeds by hybriding it. He also, obviously, established a Department of Agriculture for that. One of the things which is known to have happened was he supported Dr. Shivkar Talpade, his project of flying an unmanned aircraft in 1895. This I am talking as 8 years before Wright brothers took to the skies. So this was one of the things which he sponsored. If I talk about the contemporary relevance part, I think the city of Baroda continues the tradition of cosmopolitanism, multiculturalism, by having scholars and students, not only from different parts of India, but also from the world. The hospital which he built even today caters to not only the state of Gujarat, but also the neighboring state, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. And to be frank, I would be frank about this, to be frank, the kind of works he did at that point of time, if we just properly maintain those infrastructures, it will be enough to be called a developed city. In conclusion, I can only say that he was an institution in himself who has an everlasting legacy, not only on the state of Baroda, but also on India. So that's from my part. Thank you.
Thank you, respected Anumoy Kumar Ghosh, for your great interpretation, for your great work. It was really very informative, insightful. I can say that you really are making this by the rules. The content, I like the content. It is really even maybe the problem are discussed in the article before. It was very original. I like this that you are giving a new contribution to this area, what you are talking about. It is really relevant, and your presentation has a good logic structure. So keep doing a great work. I'm waiting to see your article. Thank you.
Sure,
Thank you.
sure, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Pleasure. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you.
Now I'll move to the.
Next presenter is Garshia, ma'am.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, Gracia, you are audible. We don't see you, but you are audible. We see you now. Yes, great.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. So let me present my screen.
Yes, Garshia, you have only 8 minutes.
Sure.
You have to conclude within it.
Sure. Hope my screen is also visible.
Yes.
Yes, it is. If you can put a full screen, maybe it will be better.
Sure.
If you can.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So today my paper will be on the topic ostracism, a hindrance to societal development through film studies with respect to the movie Finding Nemo. So I'm Gracia, a research scholar from PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. The movie Finding Nemo. So it is an adventurous movie about a protective and possessive clownfish named Marlin who searches for his missing son Nemo. And in the long run for his son, he learns so many things, he takes risks, and he fights against so many obstacles. So this movie is directed by Andrew Stanton, and the genre is comedy, drama, adventure. So coming to the main theme of the paper, ostracism. So ostracism is basically excluding someone.
Gracia, your slides are not moving. You have a presentation, they are not moving.
Okay. Now is it moving, ma'am?
It is on the ostracism. It is. Which slide is this?
Ostracism slide, ma'am. Is the ostracism screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Yes, it is visible. Yes, but it wasn't moving before.
Okay. So ostracism, it's basically excluding someone or a particular group from participating in a particular event. So what does ostracism do? It deteriorates the capacity, opportunity, and dignity. So what is the opposite of ostracism? Social inclusion. So social inclusion is needed for the development of our society. It will support the individuals to feel connected and valued within the society. So in this movie, Finding Nemo, there are so many disabilities. Some disabilities are physical and some disabilities are emotional. For example, the characters Nemo, Gil, and Dory have physical disabilities, and the character Marlin has emotional disability. And the main idea is that this movie, Finding Nemo, does not portray these disabilities as a hindrance. They have taken this particular idea of disabilities in a positive manner. So they are not treated as a hindrance for the societal growth. When we look into the main idea of physical disabilities,
The first character, Nemo. Nemo has a disability. His right fin is shorter than the left. Even though he had this disability, his teacher, his school teacher, did not treat him different from the other students. He treated him equally like the other students. So here he was not excluded due to his disabilities, he was included. And the next character, Gil. Gil also had a deformed fin, just like Nemo, but then the other fishes accepted him as the captain of the tank. So here the disability, again, it wasn't a hindrance for the development as a whole. And the next character, Dory, had a disability of short-term memory loss. Even though she had short-term memory loss, her help was important to the other fishes. Coming to the point of emotional disability, the character Marlin had emotional disability. He was emotionally weak. This is something different from physical disability. He was not able to bear the thought of leaving his son Nemo alone. He was scared of the sea. He was scared of the big fishes in the sea. He thought that the sea was a dangerous place for his son. So this is the emotional disability in the movie. So from all these characters and incidents, we understand that the particular individuals first had self-acceptance. Then they were included in the society, which means their disability was not a hindrance. Others accepted them with their disability. So I'd like to conclude by saying that disabilities are never a hindrance to public growth. Everyone's role play a vital part in the well-being of the society. So disabilities are actually not useless, but they are differently abled in some other way. Ostracism is definitely a hindrance to the societal development. So we all together should support social inclusion. So social inclusion should become the cynosure of the common growth of the society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Gracia. Thank you touching this very main topic. It is very important that you are doing this because on this way your contribution is really big to all who have a disability, especially today. Even this is a movie, it is full of emotion. I really like it. I like the structure. I like your content. I like all the way how you present it. It is really for me great. So keep doing a great work, and we are waiting to read your whole article, and especially because this has a big social impact in each one country, society, community. So talking about this topic and working, I can say that never this topic of research we can have a lot of researchers on this topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Shall I call our next presenter, ma'am?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
So next presenter, Mr. Mohammad Shafiq KP, Assistant Professor in English, SAFI Institute of Advanced Study, Varayur, Kerala. So
Thank you.
please conscious on your timing, sir. 8 minutes for your presentation,
Yes.
2 minutes for discussion. Thank you.
So I'll be winding up in that specific time. So the topic of my paper is implications of Kundan coinage in the Malabar region of Kerala. So there are two most unfamiliar words in the title. That is, one is Kundan and the other one is Malabar region. So I'll be introducing these two terms, and I'll be going through the paper. That is, what is the Kundan coinage and how it is connected to the Malabar region, and what other changes happen to the coinage. And this paper is basically based on LGBTQ studies or gender studies. So I'll be explaining that one. So the first thing is I'll be introducing the Malabar region. So Malabar region is a region in Kerala, the southern part of Indian mainland. And Malabar is a region which existed in the colonial times, because Kerala was formed as a state, unified state, by combining three regions or three princely states, that is Cochin, Travancore, and Malabar. So Malabar is a region, still that identity is existing. And the peculiarity of this region is it is a region with majority of Muslims. That is one peculiarity. And there is one colonial peculiarity significance for this region, because this was the region where the British colonizers faced fierce resistance. And this was directly ruled by the Queen Victoria, and the suppression and oppression and exploitation in this region was at its peak. So the region was much behind in progress, and only after the 1980s, the country, the region began to show some signs of development because of the Gulf migration, because people from Malabar migrated to the Gulf countries, and the remittance came to the region, and there was development and progress in all fields. So that is the peculiarity of Malabar region. It consists about 6 districts of the state of Kerala. So that is Malabar region. And I told that this is having a religious peculiarity, because that it is mostly populated by Muslims. And coming to the word Kundan, that is actually a derogatory word used in Malayalam. So that word, the meaning of that word is a male prostitute. So that is the meaning of the coinage, who is engaging in anal and oral sex. So that is a derogatory word used to call names on other people. And the real meaning of that word is this. So actually in this region, since this region is highly populated by Muslims, and Islamic religion, homosexuality is a serious crime or a sin. And it is not acceptable in this region. And homosexuality was not accepted in all India till 2014. So how it changed? So this word, the Malayalam meaning is a word which is used as in a derogatory form, and the identity of the homosexual in this region was not recognized, and it was not accepted, and it was not accepted as natural. The reality or the psychological or physical features of these people, or the gay people, were not accepted in this region because of the strictures of the religion and because of some problems in legislation. Only this changed after 2014, because the religion of Islam is against homosexuality, whether it is lesbian or gay sexualities, and it is against LGBTQ identities, and it is not accepting it as a physical or a mental status. It is accepted as a mental or physical disability. But the transgender is a different coinage or identity, and it is having many controversial problems in the religion of Islam. So this is used as a term for calling names who are against, and it is used as a derogatory term. So my focus is how this changed, or whether there is any change after 2014. In 2014, in the Supreme Court of India, the Honorable Supreme Court of India passed the judgment that is, it revoked the Indian Penal Code section of 377. Till 2014, homosexuality or lesbianism or whatever it is, it was illegal. It was considered as an unnatural practice. So this change, that is, it legalized the homosexuality. Till India, same-sex marriage is not accepted. Still, it is in controversy. So after this judgment, all over India, especially in Kerala, the LGBTQ identities came to the mainstream. So the words which were used in the open mainstream, which was not able to be addressed as it was before. And homosexuality or gay or sexual work became a part of the mainstream, but still it is used in silence. It is having an implicit meaning, and still it is used as a derogatory word in this context, in this region. So the people who are engaging in gay or who have gay identity or homosexual identity, still they are called as with the word Kundan. And the problem with this, the religious belief is like this, irrespective of Islam or Hinduism, the societal norms is against homosexuality, and the problems of homosexual people are not identified. So the main problem is, as per the beliefs, it is against homosexuality, but in practice, it is accepted by a minority, because those who are searching for the sexual ramifications, sexual satisfaction in different methods, they accept this homosexuality as an implicit form. And this is practiced in many regions of Malabar area. It's very silently. It is a secret enterprise, but they are not ready to accept it as a what we call an identity or a chance or a physical status or psychological status. Because of the religious scriptures, it is considered as a crime or a sin, but in practice, it is practiced by a minority, and homosexuality is still existing in the region. So the LGBTQ identity is not publicly addressed or publicly accepted by the community or the region, but it is practiced, and still there is marginalization for the people who belong to the LGBTQ community, and it is not accepted widely in Malabar region, but still the practice is existing, and marginalization, oppression, and the crisis in identity is existing in the region. So that is all about my paper. Thank you very much for the occasion. Thank you for the chair. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for the organizers.
Thank you. Thank you, respected Professor Mohammed Shafir, for this really interesting article and topic. As you say in your title, the implications of the Kundas coinage in the Malabar region of Kerala. I see here how much you explain this problem about the LGB, talking about the mainstream, talking about this homosexuality, and giving us it in the two terms. The first, and especially if we are talking about the religion and culture, you mentioned it is the Muslims. So this kundak is the meaning of the prostitute. If we talk about this part of your article, the problem discussed in this article is really describing a new contribution on the different techniques what you are introducing in this relevant idea, really significant, relevant presentation, has a logical organization. I like the way how you presented this, and also this content and objectives of your article paper are very clear. I really like it very much. Thank you for your great presentation, and best wishes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, so ma'am, our fourth presenter, Mr. Elias Ibrahim, is not joined with us yet. So
Okay.
let me move to the next presenter,
Okay.
Professor Safia E. Aming Sabarani, Western Mindanao State University, Philippines. Ma'am, are you there?
Wait lang.
Safia, ma'am? Yeah.
Now let's move on to the next presenter, Professor Safia E. Ami Tabarani from Western Mindanao State University, Philippines. Her topic is all about knowledge, practices, and attitude towards criminal justice program through a quality education. Its effect to WIMSO criminology students, academic satisfactions, and professional conduct in school. Now let me call Professor Arcana Jumdail to introduce the next presenter. Prof. Professor Arcana.
You are not audible. Professor Arcana, we don't hear you.
I am here.
Welcome.
Our next presenter for international research for this afternoon is Dr. Sofia Iding Amin Sabarani. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Commerce, major in Management, Accounting at the Ateneo de Zamboanga University, Philippines. She is a former Strand Coordinator for Humanities and Social Sciences, a former Supreme Student Council Advisor at the Mahardika Institute of Technology Incorporated. She is also direct for Bachelor of Laws
at Western Mindanao State University College of Laws, Philippines. Master of Public Administration, and a faculty of Western Mindanao State University, Philippines, under the College of Criminal Justice Education. She will be presenting her research with the title of Knowledge, Practices, and Attitude Towards Criminal Justice Program Through Quality Education. Its effect to Western Mindanao State University Criminology students' academic satisfaction and professional conduct in school. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma'am Arcarna, for that warm introduction. Okay. For this afternoon, allow me to present to you my research paper entitled. But before I will present, thank you very much for all of those who are in attendance for this afternoon presentation. So let me my slide. Okay. So am I audible?
You are audible, yes, and now your presentation is coming. We see your presentation. Yes, we see it. You can continue.
So,
Thank you.
All right. So to start with, I have my title research paper about knowledge practices and attitude towards criminal justice program through quality education. Its effect to ensue criminology student academic satisfaction and professional conduct in school. So
it's not moving.
I'm very sorry for the lagging
No,
of
no,
my
no
connection.
problem. You can,
All right, I have to proceed. I have here my next slide, to which it talks on the chapter 4 of my research studies, to which presentation, analysis, and interpretation of data. So this chapter presents the analysis and interpretation of data, the presentation to which followed the sequence of the arrangement of the statement of the problems found in chapter 1. The data were computed using SPSS version 22, then analyzed, interpreted. The next to which is the knowledge, practices, and attitude towards criminal justice program, as it being entitled with my research studies. So I have the question that is being conducted and requested by my respondent to answer, to which the table 4 of the point 1A shows that the knowledge towards criminal justice program through quality education among criminology college students of Eastern Mindanao State University. So the result came up with the statement number 1, to which I understand that it is vital to comprehend the duties within the legal system as a criminology student with the mean 4.86 and the standard deviation of 0.345, which means that the criminology student must get definite instruction and equip trainings in order to work the criminal justice system in the future. With the mean of 4.83 and a standard deviation of 0.379 indicates strongly agree. It shows that the knowledge towards criminal justice program through quality education, the same thing with the first question given to my respondent, which they have the same result also with the strongly agree also. So I have the next slide shows that ada pa kita na Pam? Sorry. Huh? Okay, am I visible by the way, ma'am, sir?
You are visible. You are visible, Miss Selfie. We see you. Yes.
All right, so I have to proceed. Thank you, ma'am. So allow me again to proceed with my another slide indicating about the table 4.1 shows the knowledge towards criminal justice program through quality education. Kakitan na. Kakitan na. Sorry. Okay, to continue, number 1, I understand that it is vital to comprehend the duties within the legal system as a criminology student. The same thing with the respondents of 30,
we have the standard deviation of 0.34575 as it is being indicated in the slide. So number 2, proceed. I understand that the criminology student must get definite instruction and equip in order to work the criminal justice system in the future. The same thing with the respondent of 30. Also, they have the result for they strongly agree also. So next. Nag-lag. Nag-lag. Lag na siya. Oh, lag. Pwede nag-stop sharing? Lang, nag-hang. Nag-hang siya. Yeah, okay lang. So, next slide. Okay. And the other slide would be to be presented this. Naglang. So I am very sorry. I still receive both. Sorry for the poor connection that we have here in the Philippines, but I am trying my very best to at least proceed with my presentation.
It's
All right.
okay.
I think it's
It is
working.
okay.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I think it's working now. And I have here with the table 4.1-C. So that indicates about attitude. The previous one, I have talked about the knowledge, the attitude, the practices, the knowledge, and this one. This time, we will proceed with the attitude. So the attitude towards criminal justice system program through quality education among criminology college students of Western Mindanao State University. We have also the respondents being conducted for the questionnaire conducted to them, which is 30 also, to which that the answer and the result came up with the strongly agree. So this time, proceed with the chapter 5, the summary, conclusion, and recommendations. This chapter presents the summary, findings, conclusion, and recommendation of the study. So in my summary, a non-experimental research design was used in the study, particularly descriptive predictive research design. The researcher did not deliberately manipulate and control the participants in the study, but tried to describe anything that existed in the research. Meanwhile, the purpose of the researcher is mainly observed, described, and documented everything that correlates to the study. A probability sampling was used in the study by randomly selecting the respondents in order to refrain sampling bias, specifically applying stratified random sampling to determine the group of respondents according to gender in terms. Then, at least 30 criminology students were randomly selected out of the total population of officially enrolled students confirmed at the Office of the Registrar. There were 30 that selected students who answered the questionnaire. There are out of 30, I have 25 that gives the 25 males students, and the other 5 given for the 5 selected female students in different levels. So that comes from first year to fourth year level. Then the tool was made personally the researcher subject to validity and reliability to the testing procedures conducted. So there were 3 research expert validators check and correct the constructed research questionnaire. So with my findings, one is based on the analysis and interpretation of the data. It revealed the following findings. The data shows that the knowledge towards criminal justice program through quality education among criminology college students of WIMSU had the total mean of 4.85, which means strongly agree, and with the standard deviation of 0.351. So the same thing, it goes with the practices, and as you can see also that it goes also with the another aspect to which attitudes contributes also the same result or a strongly agree. The same result also conducted after which the questionnaire had given to my um, respondents. So next, it revealed the professional conduct towards criminal justice program through quality education among criminology college students. As you can notice, the same thing also we have I have also the same result showed that it is also I strongly agree. And the last, it revealed the number of selected respondents in the study of the mean 1.166 of 30 selected criminology students of WIMSU, that the gender studies revealed 25 of them are males, and the percentage of 83.3 and 5 of them are females, which percentage of 16.7. So I have to go through with the next slide for conclusion. I have here the data concludes that the knowledge towards criminal justice program through quality education among criminology students of WIMSU had resulted to, as I have said and mentioned earlier, that it came up with the strongly agree result. So however, it revealed that the practices towards criminal justice program, the same thing, had revealed also the same result with the strongly agree. The same thing also with the attitudes, the same thing of the result provided, which resulted to strongly agree also. So for my recommendations, a research agenda, it is possible there will be another study to be conducted in the future. And the students shall continue to adhere the knowledge, practices, and attitudes towards criminal justice program in their school. The students shall strictly follow professional conduct and ethics in the school premises. The students shall lead an example to their lower contemporaries in dealing with proper conduct in the school. The students shall embed the importance of academic matters in school to facilitate more learning and skills. So here, the research policies, the WIMSU or the Western Mindanao State University may continually impose policy mandated inside the campus. The professors may monitor and supervise criminology students, if possible, inside the campus. The school administrator may monitor the knowledge, practice, and attitude of the criminology students in relation to professional conduct in school. The school administrator, however, may continue also instilling of proper, sorry for the disturbance. Okay, because here we are experiencing, ma'am, if we are experiencing whatever.
No problem. No problem. We say we
So,
don't have it
yes,
is.
ma'am. So at least I have only one left slide, and that is research problems to continue the effect of criminology course of senior high school students, that increased numbers of enrollees of female students to criminology course, the gender awareness on criminal justice program, academic satisfaction of criminology students on the new curriculum, and effect of the ROTC in the college criminology program. So I think that would be it. Thank you very much for listening to all the attendance of this body. Thank you so much and good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, respected Professor Safia. This research you make, the knowledge, practices, and attitude towards criminal justice program through quality education, really going through two chapter, introducing us the chapter 4, analyzing, interpreting all the data, giving the knowledge, practice, attitude towards the criminal justice program, doing this research, showing us through the tables and figures. The methodology is really great. Also, as well as in chapter 4, it is also in the chapter 5, where you give your summary conclusions, recommendations. I like the findings. The findings are very important, and I'm sure that your students and you will continue with this research, giving us so many recommendations, giving us so many findings. This article has a big value, has a really big value. And if we talk about the side of reviewing. So I can say everything: originality, significance, relevant, presentation, really a logical presentation, your introduction, outstanding, show the main point of your article was following the content, all the objectives of your paper are very clear, and your paper topic is very important. So I don't have no bad content, no bad comments. I just suggest, please continue doing this with your students. It is very important, especially if we are talking about this in the field of law, justice, and that. Thank you so much, and best wishes. I really enjoy in your presentation. And if you say this issues of network, we all have that problems. I see now my head is half black and half white. So it is important that we listen you, that we see you, that we hear your great research. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nada, and God bless
Thank you.
everyone.
And I love Philippine educators very much. Okay, so will we continue with our next presenter? Is he here? She? We miss.
Yeah, no, ma'am. She's not here.
Oh.
So
So what
technical
will we
session
do?
1 is over, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
So organizers.
Please,
Meghna, ma'am.
can you repeat?
Organizers from Philippines College, are you there?
Ma'am, technical session 1 is over. Now we are moving
Yes,
to technical
there.
session 2.
Okay,
Thank you,
listen,
madam.
listen. I will stay here. So if our presenters come, I will be here. So I'll Sharif, if they come, you can message me or something like that. I will be here. I will do something, listen others, and be here if they come. No problem.
Yeah, ma'am.
Hi.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nothing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes. So second chairperson is also available. Jafar sir, are you going to introduce him?
Excuse ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Pratik is here.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Magna ma'am. Meghna ma'am, am I audible?
Magna?
Excuse ma'am. Can we proceed to another presenter from the Philippines?
In this session, sir. Technical session 2.
Ma'am, it's Vijay Sarali, ma'am. I'm waiting for my presentation. So I'm available to this technical presentation too.
Yes, Vijay, please wait.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, Pratik sir, shall we start our session?
Yes, we can start. So first is Mrs. K. Kumari, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
You can start. Best wishes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm Kumari. I'm working as an assistant professor. Assistant professor from at St. Thomas College of
Kumari,
Arts and
yeah,
Science.
Kumari, ma'am, wait for a second, please.
Yes, yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Sanju, please introduce our worthy
Yes, sir. Yes,
chairperson.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So, dear participants, our second chairperson, Professor Dr. Pratik Rajan Muhekar, Professor Chancellor at the University Expertise, Vice Chancellor at University of Kingdom of Atlantis, Singapore, Vice Chancellor of Wisdom University, Nigeria, and Vice Chancellor, Western University, Sibe. We are welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can start now.
Shall I begin, sir?
Yes, yes, you can.
Okay. So, good afternoon, all. I'm Kumari. I'm working as an assistant professor at St. Thomas College of Arts and Science, Chennai, India. My presentation topic is an analysis of listening activities in ESOL courses offered in Communicative English digital textbook. Introduction. English is one of the essential skills that is needed to be developed today in this competitive and technological world. Being proficient in English is one of the most important skills in the professional community to exchange the existing and inventing creative knowledge of people from various backgrounds and innovative developments in various parts of the world. English does not only function as a medium of
Hello.
communication. Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you. You have any presentation?
No, sir.
Okay.
English does not only function as a medium of communication, but also bridges the people in the multilingual professional society. The students who are non-native can be named as ESL learners. The ESL learners who aspire to shine in different sectors globally or required to be fluent in using the language in different professional and social contexts for various purposes. Communicating English is a part of curriculum for the undergraduate students of several institutions in Tamil Nadu, India. It is a digital textbook. The objective of the book is to develop listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills of the students. The students who are in Tamil Nadu are from different language backgrounds. They are all second language learners with the backgrounds of Tamil and English medium in common. The digital textbook, Communicative English, the language activities in the website of ESOL, that is English for Speakers of Other Languages. The courses are recommended in the syllabus. The present paper is all about analyzing the listening activities offered in the ESL courses. ESL courses. ESL is a free online tool for language learning. The website offers digital resources for the purpose of teaching and learning English at free of cost. There are a lot of free listening lessons, speaking activities, reading exercises, writing exercises, quizzes, and games. There are almost 174 audio and video files together in the website. So out of 172 audio and video files, some 16 files, audio files, and there are very few files which are not available, but we have more files are available online. The listening activities are recommended as per the level of students in this website. The English learners are categorized as beginners and elementary learners, pre-intermediate English students, and intermediate and advanced English learners. There are some 15 audio and video files given in common. For beginners and elementary learners, 6 audio and video files are recommended. For pre-intermediate English students, 18 audio and video files are recommended. For intermediate and advanced English learners, 35 audio and video files are recommended. The common themes. So all the audio and video files have many common themes. They are about environment and nature, education, historical background of the UK and the US, tourism, health, entertainment, gastronomic, food, positivity, animals, seasons, sports, religion, superstitions, etc. So video resources. There are 151 video files and 5 video songs in the ESOL website. Out of 151 videos, the 2 videos like Brittard Banksy and New York tourist attractions are not available. The video about stormy weather has no speaker, and there are 2 files which cannot be recommended for the students. The unavailable and inaccessible videos are very less in number. So it will not affect the overall teaching learning process, as the availability and the accessibility of video files are 146 in total. Out of 146 videos, the captions are available for 131 video resources. The captions help the ESL learners to follow and understand native speakers' accent gradually. The maximum duration of the video tool is 7 minutes, 57 seconds, and the minimum duration is 41 seconds. The short duration of video resources keeps the learners engaged and frees them from losing patience to watch for a longer time, makes them remember and understand the language with the help of what they have watched, listened, and read along with the videos. The videos without captions can be utilized for testing purposes. There are 5 video songs with captions available in the website. Apart from this 5 video songs, there are more Christmas songs available in the sublinks of the video resources. The duration of the songs are again very short, and there is one specific song that is "Don't Worry, Be Happy." It is remarkable and recommendable for all type of people. The students will enjoy and feel relaxed, happy, and may have the chances of humming often. So consistent murmuring of the song or the target language they like will train their tongue to use the language very comfortably. Next is audio resources. There are 18 audio resources recommended in the website. Out of 18, 16 audio resources are available and only 2 are not available. And out of that available audios, the transcripts are available only for 5 resources. The remaining 11 audio files can be used for, again, testing purposes like video files. The duration of the audio also, it's very short. And the audio resources have an advantage that learners can practice listening to the audios with or without closing their eyes. There will be full concentration without distraction from the environment. Reading the transcriptions while listening to the audios may help them to develop their LSRW skills simultaneously, as listening induces speaking and reading
Madam,
induces
sorry to
writing.
interrupt. 2 more minutes
Yes,
left.
yes,
Kindly
yes.
conclude.
Conclusion. Words so innocent, powerless as they are, as standing in a dictionary, how potent for good and evil they become in the hands of one who knows how to combine them. So these words are from Nathaniel Hawthorne's The American Notebooks. These words can be fixed in this context pertaining to the learner's level of using the language in the appropriate situations. As Nathaniel Hawthorne in his literary work states, the words will either be powerful or meaningful, or powerless or absurd, depending on the understanding of the ESL speakers and how they are combining and fixing to the context. Knowing the historical, geographical, and social background of the language, the ESL learning is, very crucial to have better understanding of the vocabulary used in different contexts. So, however, Indian teachers teach their students English without getting exposed to the native. No second language learner can adopt and use a language correctly and efficiently. Creating language environment in the classroom is important for the ESL learners for quick and perfect pickup. Constant exposure to the native speakers aids the ESL learners to adopt the language properly and flawlessly from the beginning. The short audio and video resources help the students to have several breaks between one audio and video listening, which help them to practice, remember, follow, and recall what they have listened, watched, and read. Other language activities like vocabulary exercises, games, quizzes, and writing exercises are supplementary to the listening activities. Hence, the free listening activities in ESOL website facilitates the ESL learners to have exposure to the native speakers, word burden, and learn LSRW skills simultaneously, which might result in using English impeccably. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, so very important, whenever you present something, whether it is review paper, research article, or research paper, please always make sure that you should have a PPT presentation. Okay, because we are chairpersons, how we can judge your paper without seeing anything. Okay.
Yes, Dr. Pratik, I agree, because it is very hard for us to follow when we are only listening somebody who is talking.
Yes.
If we see whole. Yes, I agree, Dr. Pratik.
This is international conference, and you have to maintain the dignity of the conference. So please remember always, whenever you go and present something which related to research. See, if whether you are talking or whether you are speaking, there is no need of presentation. But when you are presenting your research, then it should have a PPT presentation. Okay, so that's one suggestion.
Okay, sir.
The second is please make your explanation or whatever you have to present within stipulated time, so that we can understand better. Because I just saw you are reading your paper from the first word to the last word. Okay, so this should not happen again. Otherwise, your work is good and well done, and congratulations. But remember these suggestions. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, call next presenter.
So second presenter, Mrs. Neeraja Mood, lecturer, University of Technology and Applied Science, Oman. Are you here, ma'am? Miss Neeraja?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon. Before I actually start, I just want to know how much time do I have to present my paper?
Ma'am, 8 minutes for your presentation, 2 minutes for discussion.
Oh, okay. Actually, I was not aware of this rule. I don't know if I had to report to the organizing committee, because I just got the mail and then I understood it that we have to present for an hour, for 1 hour. So in any case, I will try to concise my presentation as much as possible. Is that okay with you? Yes? Is that okay with me if I
Ma'am,
exceed a bit?
only 8 minutes. 8 minutes only. We have next technical session on 2 p.m. So we have to wind up this session. You have only 8 minutes.
Okay, right. Okay, is my slide visible? Are you able to see my slides, please? Can you
Yes, ma'am.
confirm
Please
that?
continue. Yes,
Okay.
yes, please continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. And firstly, I would like to thank the conference organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to share my study on the topic combating learning difficulties in English language classroom under the theme learning disability and special education. I chose the word combating for a reason. I hope I will be able to convince the participants or the audience of this session on the choice of the word by the end of my presentation. This presentation would be technically addressing the difficulties or challenges faced by the students in our English language classrooms. So actually, my overview is here with all these points. Let me just. I'm not sure if I'm going to do this, but I'll try to cut short everything. So I have decided to take you through the definition of learning difficulties and the factors contributing to learning difficulties in English language classrooms. And I would also thought of doing the impact of learning difficulties on students and some common challenges faced by the students. Following that, a few strategies for identifying learning difficulties and effective interventions for addressing learning difficulties can be discussed. More so, there is something called individualized learning plans, which is a major part of the whole topic. And I would like to touch upon that and also look at empowering teachers in this context of combating the learning difficulties in the classroom. So, to begin with, it is prudent to carefully examine and understand the common technical terms of special needs. So I have here in this slide a few terms and terms related to these special needs and learning disabilities and slow learners. So I'm not going to go through it, but as you can see, a few words are highlighted on the slide, such as like in special needs, you can see words like dyslexia, dyspraxia, blindness, deafness, and these are the major difficulties or disabilities that we would look into under special needs. But if you see the learning disabilities, you will we will keep using these words, learning disability or difficulties, as such, because some people can be more accurately described as having a learning differences. That would avoid any misconception of being disabled with a lack of ability to learn any possible negative stereotyping. The slow learners, as the word says so, it's these are those children who have the same abilities as the normal kids, but they are a bit slow in understanding and in their intelligence level. So on the slide, I have the definition of learning difficulties, and it actually speaks that students with learning disabilities include one small group of students with learning difficulties because of the neurological basis of their difficulties, have persistent long-term problems, and have support needs in one or more of the areas of literacy, numeracy, and learning how to learn. These students do not have generalized intellectual impairments, but rather demonstrate idiocentric learning styles which are determined by the nature of their specific disorders and inhibit their learning at school. Therefore, it is imperative that a learning disability is not indicative of lower intelligence. In fact, people who have a learning disability are often very intelligent. It is true, however, that their difficulty in processing or storing information then causes them to see things differently and sometimes obscures their intelligence. So, we as classroom teachers and facilitators must play a very important role in this process. So, the factors that affect, that contribute to learning difficulties in the classrooms are clearly explained in these six factors, which are linguistic, cultural, cognitive, socio-economic, emotional, and behavioral and educational. If you delve deep into those slides, you can see that the linguistic factors are pertaining to pedagogical learners, pedagogical awareness, and excuse me. the linguistic awareness factors are pertaining to phonological awareness, vocabulary knowledge, and grammar and syntax, and idiomatic expressions. The cultural factors include the language background, the cultural norms of, and also the stereotyping and biases. And the cognitive factors are working memory, attention difficulties, and executive functions. There are some socio-economic factors too, which are related to access to resources and parental involvement. Of course, the emotional and behavioral factors are connected with the anxiety, stress, motivation, and behavioral challenges of the students. Last but not the least, the educational factors are the teaching methods and the classroom environment that that contributes to the learning difficulties in English language classroom. So if you can see the slide which talks about the impact of learning difficulties on the language, on the students' language acquisition and academic performances. Almost all these points are parallel to the previous slide, where about the factors contributing to in short, learning difficulties as LD. So more so, these two things, the impact as well as the factors are almost parallel to each other. So I might skip this. And if you see my next slide, which is on the common signs and characteristics of students with learning difficulties in our classrooms.
Madam, you have 1 more minute, so kindly conclude.
Okay. So skimming this list, I'm sure you can resonate with a lot of points and characteristics which we face in the classrooms. And we also have, there are also some strategies for identifying these learning difficulties, which can be categorized into some screening assessments, teacher observations, parental input, standardized tests, and collaboration with specialists, the most important one. So another part of not just identifying, but there has to be an effective intervention for addressing these learning difficulties, which can be done through these multisensory teaching, individualized learning plans. In short, it's called ILPs, and then small group instructions, phonics, and phonological awareness training. It is a must for. I'm not sure how much it is done elsewhere, but it has to be part of the teacher training program. And assistive technology, peer tutoring, positive reinforcement and encouragement, social emotional support, and collaboration with parents, and program monitoring. So, strategies to empower teachers to address learning difficulties are here listed out, which can be a few. I can read out a few, which are like the most important: the professional development and training, which enhances the teachers' abilities to use strategies and techniques to cater to these students with learning difficulties. And the list goes on with some kind of collaborative learning communities, in class support and co-teaching, regular check-ins and feedback, and also and administrative support. Some successful classroom practices that had been studied and worked from my end, and they have been proved to be fruitful in catering to these learning students of learning difficulties are some differentiated reading instructions, phonic based instructions, language experience approach, And graphic organizers and mind maps helps a lot for these students. And scaffolding is used for writing tasks where some cues or sentence tags are given to the students as help. And collaborative language games like gamification and really for the reading skill, reading aloud and audiobooks can also be a part of those practices, which can enhance which can help the students um, to actually face the difficulties and improve their language learning process. I think I can end here. Thank you. That's it.
Hello. Yes, yes. Very well done. Your presentation is very well articulated, and you have covered all the aspects of learning disabilities. And my best wishes to you. Thank you
I'm
so
not sure how it goes by because I was not totally aware. At least I would have had some
Yeah,
30
but you
minutes of
tried. You tried within
understanding.
stipulated time, and that's a great achievement.
I hope so. I mean, I'm not really satisfied with my own presentation, but yes, if it has made sense to any of your other audience, I'm happy. I'm glad about it.
Yes. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Now let us move on next presenter, Nilufar, Research Scholar, Department of English, Central University, Karnataka.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Differences
The title,
and the production of performances.
the title of my paper is Definition of Production Performance Space. Basically, this paper is about, or it's an attempt to make a spatial analysis of theater, especially by giving a special emphasis to street theatrical movements in India. Theater, etymologically, the word itself identifies the particular space in which this particular art form is supposed to perform. But the spatial, the imminent
You
signification
have any
is there.
presentation? Hello.
Sorry?
Sorry to interrupt
No,
you.
no.
You have any presentation?
No,
Okay.
I don't have.
Okay.
So this word itself signifies the particular place in which this is supposed to be performed. But this immanent spatial significations of theater is not clearly studied, or a proper epistemology about this is not created. In different countries, which is made especially writers and theater critics like David Wales and David Harris. But in the Indian context, there is a complete absence of this. I think the fundamental reason behind this absentia, this collective amnesia, might be because of the acceptance of modernist theatrical spectacle. In Indian context, it's after the colonization and also in the colonial, we accept and appropriate modern representational convention in theater. That is the stage theater. A particular space is attributed to theatrical performances, especially a proscenium art stage, which is surrounded by four walls and curtains, and a particular space for entry and exit, and a particular division between the audience space and the performer space. So it could be asserted that this particular space of the modernist spectacle, which is extremely segregated and homogenized space, it is differentiated from the everyday space. So this is not something that happened in everyday space. So which has created an idea that theatrical performance is supposed to take place at a particular space, which is specifically created for such kind of activity. So this space stands as an illusionary space or a mimetic air loss or kind of a liminal space, which very clearly distinguishes from the everyday space. So this gives a realm to the performance space, which is different from everyday space. And in this sense, we can say that the proscenium theatrical space is illusionary in its nature. It's completely distinguished from the everyday space. And when we look at the grammatical epistemology which is constructed in India, from the Orientalist space to the postmodernist critic, they have created a particular knowledge and truths about Indian theatre, where they attempt to singularize Indian theatre as an organized body. Especially, they have created history and they attempted to represent Indian theatre by negating the multiplicity and the plurality of Indian theatre, and they sort of homogenize it as one, and they attribute proscenium theatricality as the theatricality. This very theatrical tradition was basically outdoor performances. Even though they used to sacralize the performance space before the performance, they make some boundaries between the audience space and the performance space. Sacralization also, like in the lab, or some kind of ritual sacralization was there. It was performed in open space. It was performed in open space where the common people can get direct access to it. There was no boundary. So we have a tradition of outdoor performances, and due to colonization, sort of appropriated modern. The problem is argument is not that it shouldn't be not in it. But the problem is attributing the entire title of Indian theatre. So, at very best way, we stabilize this epistemology of Indian theatre is historicizing or by deliberately making it of street theatrical practices in India. From 1970s, it was much more before that, but from 1970s, in post-independent era, there has been an organized attempt, and there is an organized movement of street theatrical practices in India, which directly, conceptually, and pragmatically destabilize this epistemological constructions and literary space about theatrical space. So they are doing this on different bases. Fundamentally, they are deconstructing the illusionary space, which is considered as the performance space. They are doing two important things, because this particular proscenium spatiality, which is functioning on two different modalities. The first one is separation, and the second one is homogenization. They kind of create a particular structure for proscenium spatiality, or a particular structure for theater spatiality, that a theater space should be like this. And the actor's bodily movement is not supposed to transgress beyond this, and theatrical space is predetermined and textually prescribed. So any movement beyond the space is considered anti-theatrical or non-theatrical. So any performance which is non-proscenium space is considered non-theatrical. So theater is challenging this view. So they perform marketplace, in bus stops, they perform in everyday space, by which it is challenging the basic sophistry which is attributed to Indian theatre, where they attempt to destabilize this illusionary space by sort of occupying this everyday space. That's the one thing. And the occupation of the everyday space where the common people work and gather, this destabilizes the illusionary things that we attributed to performance space. This also destabilizes the notion of sacralized theatrical spatiality, because the entire process of the construction of the performance space, before and after the space is standing of the space is remaining like a potentiality, and which sort of gives the idea that performance space is transgressional, and it's not particular that every performance should take place under a rigid structurality. And in another way, both the things, it is beautifully deconstructing the illusionality that we have attributed to the space, which is specifically constructed for it. And it's also destabilized the homogeneity. So I think in this sense by accommodating everyday space as the performance, and also by performing and using in this purpose, and audience are seeing this. So this is making a pragmatical difference, and this is also making a conceptual difference. So in the sense, we see the process of desacralization and the non-illusionary space as the performance space is desacralizing and making the performative space as differential space. So in conclusion, my most important argument is that street movement in Indian context, it is greatest the written historiographies about Indian theatre, which is categorizing Indian theatre, which is homogenizing Indian theatre, and they are not able to understand the pluralistic polyphonic nature of it. And I think conceptually and materially, and also physically, street theatre performances in India through their repeated and the is able to make or is capable of the epistemology of the space. Also prove the theatrical tradition in India is now began seen with
You are not audible. Okay, she left from the meeting, so.
Okay, we can go ahead with the next presentation.
So next presenter. Yeah. So next presenter, Nisha Khan. Are you here?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. So Nisha Khan, PhD scholar, DIT University, Durban, with Dr. Shreya Goyal, Associate Professor, DIT University.
Yes.
Over to you. Yeah. So your timing is 8 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Nisha Khan, kindly turn on your video.
Yes, sir. So is it visible?
You are not visible. The presentation is visible.
Okay, sir.
Kindly switch on your camera.
Madam, the PPT is visible. You are not visible. Kindly turn on your video.
Yes, sir. Now is it visible, sir?
Yes, you are audible and visible. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nisha Khan. This is scholar from DIT University, Dehradun. And the title of my paper is Difficult Daughter by Manju Kapoor, A Fight for Freedom, Self-Identity and Education. So first of all, I would like to introduce the area of consideration. So the novel is set against the backdrop of Indo-Pakistan partition in 1947 and communal violence. The three generations of women, Kasturi, Veermati, and Eda, act as political allegory as they represent the different stages of the freedom struggle. Kasturi, the mother, represents the pre-independence and is shown as a victim of the offensive control of patriarchy. Veermati, her daughter, symbolizes the country's struggle for independence on a macro level, and psychologically, she reveals her rebellion's nature against deep-rooted conventions of morality, especially for a girl. Ida, Veermati's daughter, is the product of the post-independence era. She was born after India attained freedom and establishes herself as an independent woman. So difficult daughter highlights the difficult relationship between a mother and a daughter in the context of the novel Ida and Veermati, as well as Kasturi and Veermati. The novel begins with a line I want to quote and unquote. The one thing that I had wanted was not to be like my mother. So this states the narrator Ida's strained relationship with Veermati, with her mother. So the paper attempts to study and analyze the main women character in the book. The story revolves around Vimati. She's the protagonist of the novel. She spends her life under the pressure of domestic duties and mother's restrictions at an early age. But Veermati is the prototype of liberated woman. She infringes all man-made boundaries against modernity and family system. Kasturi, her mother, follows to ancient rules and patriarchal society, and she compels her daughter Veermati to concede the family tradition. So the paper presents the woman as an individual who fights against suppression and oppression of the patriarchy. The novel Difficult Daughter shows the position of woman and her longing struggle to establish an identity. Kasturi, her mother, doesn't want her daughter to form a separate identity which would make her identity fragmentary. The mother doesn't appreciate the freedom that the daughter demands and craves for. She doesn't realize that her daughter wants her own existence. And her daughter Vidmati wants to transport herself into a new world, a world of knowledge and self-assurance. She thus excels in the end and fights against the engulfing and oppressive power of patriarchy. And it's not important here that her voice wasn't heard, but what is important is that she at least tried to raise her voice. So the story runs around the fact that all the girls are meant to be married and be submissive to their husbands. So the paper explores the limitations imposed on women by society as they were expected to conform to traditional roles and sacrifice their ambitions for the sake of family honor. Traditional gender roles have long confined women to domestic and caregiving duties, relegating them to the private sphere. These societal norms have discouraged women from pursuing education and career opportunities and effectively restricting their economic independence and decision-making power. So it is said that marriage is the ultimate destination for women, not education. So, as Simone de Beauvoir has asserted in her book, The Second Sex, that girls are not raised the same way as boys, their physical, mental, and moral development is directed toward a single goal, marriage. So, like her mother, Kasturi, according to her mother, Kasturi, education means developing the mind for the benefit of the family. And when Veermati was around 17, Kasturi insists Veermati to get married because she believed that education makes her daughter bad-tempered. As Virmati says that her family wants from her that they want nothing from me but an agreement to marry. And according to her mother Kasturi, a girl getting married and staying at home is better than education. And when she asked permission from her mother to pursue her BT in Lahore, this made her a difficult daughter for Kasturi. So education is still a far thing for girls in many areas, in many villages. Though girls were left to study, they had to take part in household chores. Veermati's lifestyle was also like that. Importance was not given for Veermati's education. Now, I want to quote and unquote here about the ambitions and the expectations of Veermati, the protagonist. She says that when she locks in the storeroom, when she asks about the permission for getting higher education, so she says that I'm just like the sex of wheat and dal here without my own life. Mati blames it all on college. She should have married after inter, she keeps saying. See what the reading has done to her. She feels she knows her own father and mother. And it seems I have given a setback to the Arya Samaj effort to educate girls. So Veermati's pursuit of higher education and not only defies societal expectation, but also pits her ambition against the wishes of her family, particularly her mother. The conflict between Veermati's dreams and her mother's desire to see her settle in a traditional domestic role creates a poignant dilemma that many women face even today. And so this paper shows the emotional turmoil experienced by women and who find themselves torn between their own ambitions and expectations imposed on them by society and family.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes,
2
ma'am.
minutes more for you.
Yes, ma'am. So it is said about Veermati. Veermati said that she wondered daily whether this isolation would continue till the end of her life. So Veermati's character is unconventional, and on the surface, it appears she got everything she wanted. But this study shows the price Veermati had to pay for challenging traditions and walking her own path. She suffers from alienation, disrespect, a loss of identity, and familial love. Her dreams come at high cost, including strained familial relationship and a sense of alienation from her own community. This story serves as a poignant reminder of the societal pressures that women face, forcing them to choose between personal fulfillment and societal acceptance. So, Indian society is essentially a male dominated society in which the described status of women has been very low. Virmati's internal love, desire for autonomy, and her social prestige pushed her into a scene, but fate had not let her die. That further worsens her social standard. To avoid bad name, her family put her in a dark room. After marriage, her hardships didn't end. The difficulties arose in different colors. Virmati's parents ended their relationship with her. So the society has traditionally determined the role of the women as a daughter, wife, and mother, confining and constructing her to a family. Even with educational achievement and economic independence, they continue to be subservient to men in almost all fields. But in the story, it shows the dilemma of Virmati's ambition and freedom. The novel by Manju Kapoor is a compelling portrayal of the dilemma faced by women as they strive to balance their ambitions and desires for freedom with societal expectations. Through Veermati's journey, this paper underscores the importance of recognizing women's agency and their right to pursue their dream. So, in the end of the novel, the Veermati, the protagonist, breaks the shackles of the tradition, breaks the shackles of patriarchal norms. As her mother, when her mother says to her, "My mother keeps saying that all my education has achieved is the destruction of my family, and how I'm supposed to respond, I don't know. They want nothing from me but an agreement to marry." So the paper talks about the challenges and age-old societal norms that restrict women's ambitions and desires. Veermati's aspirations go beyond the typical role of a wife and a mother, and she yearns to acquire an education, a pursuit that is frowned upon in her conservative family. Her yearning for knowledge and independence sets her on a journey filled with obstacles as she defies tradition to enroll in a college, breaking free from the confines of her orthodox upbringing. As before asserted that few tasks are more like the torture of Sisyphus than housework with its endless repetition. So through this quote, Vivor highlights the monotonous and seemingly unending nature of domestic chores that have traditionally been assigned to women, which can hinder their pursuit of intellectual or professional aspiration. So with these lines, I want to conclude my paper. That difficult daughter is an indication to the message that a woman who tries in search of identity is branded as a difficult daughter by the family and society as well. Though women have attained education and social experience, they are emotionally bounded to their families. Virmati breaks the shackles of patriarchy and confronts the social norm that restrict her freedom, but ultimately she finds herself alone and alienated. Through Virmati's journey, this paper underscores the importance of recognizing women's agency and their right to pursue their dream. So the paper draws attention to the persistent challenges faced by women in their quest for personal fulfillment and serve as a vital reminder of the need for continued efforts toward gender equality and empowerment. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. And you took an example of novel to raise a very important issue regarding to women. So very well presented, and your conclusions are apt. And congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Nishakan ma'am. So next presenter, Nitin Raji's postgraduate student, Bharat Mata College, Tirkara, Ernakulam, Kerala. Are you here, Nitin Raj?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, please.
Hello. So my presentation was a little long too, so I will cut it down. I hope it still makes sense.
Yeah, Nitin Raj, you have to cut short within 8 minutes. You have to complete your presentation.
Okay. Cool. Is the presentation visible? Is the presentation visible?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Nitin Rajas, and I'm a postgraduate student from Mother College. And my topic is on religion and society, depiction of the divine in dark source and man's pursuit of power. So, as an introduction, Dark Souls is a video game series by developer From Software, directed by Hidetaka Miyazaki. The game features a somber world with rich cryptic lore, vague storytelling, challenging gameplay, and a storyline open to interpretation. The nature of gods and men within the game are explored deeply throughout its playthrough. So Hidetaka Miyazaki, he's a Japanese game designer, and he's recognized for his unique style of game design featuring, again, challenging gameplay and deep cryptic lore. So his games often feature dark and grim settings, often paired with deep philosophy. And before we move on to analyze the work, we must have some understanding of how the world of Dark Souls came to be. Originally, the world had no disparity. It was a homogeneous static without beginning nor end, and was ruled by immortal beings called everlasting dragons. Then, similar to the Big Bang Theory, fire came to exist, and it disrupted this eternal monotony with contradictory forces. The fire brought about disparity, heat and cold, life and dark, life and death, and also the concept of souls. So the soul is the power of disparity itself. They are the means by which the world was changed, and paradoxically, they are both the fuel and byproduct of that fire. So under the surface of the world, a race of beings came into contact with the fire, and they claimed three souls from it, called namely the soul of light, the soul of life, and the soul of death. And with its power, they conquered the world of the dragons and brought about their own age, an age of fire. And these lords were basically regarded as gods, as they were the most powerful, and as they brought about this new era in life. And humans were created from another another soul, a very powerful soul called the dark soul. And the pygmy split the soul to create humans. So in every human, humans, just like any other beings, possess souls, and also a tiny black sprite the game calls humanity, which stood proud in every human. And it is part of the dark soul that the pygmy split which gave birth to humans. One of the gods cursed the humans, and it shackled the part of humans very early during their existence with the power of the flame. And humans relied existing solely on their white souls. This repression of humanity and its eventual aggression can be the allegory to man's resistance to subjugation. As the fire begins to fade, so did the seal of fire that imprisoned the now aggravated humanity, which caused it to seep out and consume the white soul that humans have come to identify the self with now. It also culminated in the creation of the abyss, where the darkness within man has gone wild, endlessly consuming the land and the souls of every form of life around it. This ultimate act of revolution stemmed from within humanity that humans possessed, and is clearly showcasing the true human nature, rebelling against any and every power that attempts to oppress them. So the existence of God remains a subject of intense debate in theology, philosophy of religion, and popular culture. Numerous arguments both in favor and against of the existence of God were made, but there was never a real consensus. All religious traditions put forth the knowledge claims that they consider central to their religious practices and essential in addressing the core problem of human life. Next up, we have transcendentalism. Though a formal term represents a straightforward concept, it suggests that both men and women possess knowledge about themselves in the world that goes beyond their physical senses. The movement emerged in 19th century New England. They believed in the fundamental interconnectedness of all creation, the inherent goodness of humanity, and the primacy of insight over logic and empirical evidence in revealing profound truths. At the core of transcendentalism was the belief in the divine nature of each individual. However, this divine essence could only be realized through an independent and free-thinking mind. So, in the game, the world did not always worship gods for their immense power, but also for their actions in the past, such as ending the age of agents and bringing about a new age of fire. This manifested as a form of magic called miracles, and the faith a person has towards the legendary stories of the gods made this magic a reality. This faith in a creator of the world can be considered similar to the cosmological arguments, which in natural theory is an argument which claims that the existence of God can be inferred from facts concerning causation, explanation, change, notion, contingency, dependency, or finitude with respect to the universe or some totality of the objects. So, as stated before, in Dark Souls, a god isn't exactly an all-powerful, omnipotent being. They are really whatever humans believe a deity to be. In most cases, the gods refer to Gwyn's pantheon, since they are most widely worshipped in the world of man. But even those cast out, like Gwyn's firstborn, are still called gods, simply because some people still worship them. Another example is another character named Faris, who the humans retroactively deified as the goddess of hunt, Evelana. But she was just a heroic archer, but her stories got twisted over the years until she became a god. And next up, we have Karl Marx in his, the founder and primary theorist of Marxism, who viewed religion as the soul of soulless conditions, or the opium of the people. According to Karl Marx, religion in this world of exploitation is an expression of distress, and at the same time, it is also a protest against the real distress. In
Yes,
other words,
Nitin Raj.
yes.
Yeah, 2 minutes more for you.
All right, it's almost done. In other words, religion continues to survive because of oppressive social conditions. This was a quote from in the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy in 1843. We'll just move on. So next up, we have Friedrich Nietzsche. According to Nietzsche, Christianist moral doctrine and belief in a divine being have historically provided people with a sense of purpose and a foundation for objective knowledge. It offered a structure that allowed for the possibility of attaining truth and meaning. In this way, Christianity acted as an antidote against primal form of nihilism, the despair of facing a world without meaning. So, the desire for power is a fundamental aspect of human nature and has been a driving force in human history, shaping societies, cultures, and individual behavior. The rebellious nature in humans is an inherent tendency of individuals to challenge authority, question established norms, and resist conformity. It is a fundamental aspect of human behavior and has been observed throughout history and across cultures. Human beings leverage their power in different contexts through a diverse set of modes. The choice is either to fight for power, to serve as a leader of a community, or to accept power from another source. Most of the time, people will fight for power because they do not want to serve under the dictatorship of another being. As the desire for power grows, humans strive to gain as much as they can to be at the top. This need for dominant influence is a recurring theme in the novel Lord of the Flies by William Golding. The plot centers around a group of abandoned British children stranded on an island and fighting to establish order to get off the uninhabited island. Despite the continuous efforts, no one truly ever gains the power they desire because humans are never satisfied in this regard.
Nitin, please conclude your.
It's done. The central theme of Dark Souls revolves around an unending cycle of light and dark, and the relentless human desire for power and meaning. As players venture through the game's world, they embark on a profound journey that goes beyond mere exploration, delving into their own beliefs, purposes, and determination. It is difficult, if not impossible, to provide a definitive explanation for the existence of God or religion. The concepts are highly abstract and may lie beyond the full comprehension of human understanding, assuming they exist at all. From a realist perspective, humans have demonstrated their dominion over the planet Earth, possessing the capability to bring out absolute destruction or work towards peace and harmony. They also possess the freedom to believe in whatever they choose, allowing them to bring comfort or inflict suffering through their beliefs. An undeniable revelation from Dark Souls is that humans are not meant to be subservient beings. Instead, every individual yearns for freedom in all aspects of life. The innate desire for autonomy and self-determination is a fundamental characteristic of human nature. If this liberty ever faces constraints, rebellion becomes an inevitable outcome, mirroring the unrestrained surge of humanity depicted in the world of Dark Souls. All right, that will be all. I hope you all understood something from it, and thank you for having me.
Yes, Nitin, very well explained. But I wanted to ask one question. Is this
Yes,
a
sir.
research paper or a literature review?
I meant it as a research paper, to be honest.
But it was a research, it was a literature
It
review.
is more of a review, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's a
understand.
review, no? Because you have taking help of the game and you
Yeah.
are concluding what was there in the game, right?
Yeah, what it,
It's more literature review.
yeah,
Okay.
I understand. Like there was a lot
What
more, but
message you want to give through this review?
yeah,
The society.
yeah, it is more on the nature of humanity and how people like perceive religion and God for them. So that was what I was trying to explain. And to be honest, there was a lot more, but because of the time constraints, I had to cut it down.
No, tell me in one sentence what message
Yeah.
you want to give to the society from your literature review?
So basically, I would like to say that religion and God, you should it is not something to be hung upon. It is something to be respected for every person. And faith is something that if it brings you good, you should take it. And if not, it is not a problem. And at the same time, human nature, it is not, it is a force to be reckoned with. And that was basically the message I was trying to convey.
Okay, very well done. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nitin. So before announcing the next presenter, Esther Mala ma'am, we welcome you and so sorry for the delay. We have one more presenter in our technical session too. Kindly please wait for 5 more minutes, ma'am. Thank you. So, yeah, our next presenter, you Vijay Sarathi, PhD scholar, Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu. Over to you, Vijay. Yeah.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
please
audible,
continue.
ma'am?
Yes,
Okay.
Vijay, please continue.
Most respected the research person and respected
You have
the
any
coordinator.
presentation? Hello?
Sir, I would like to apologize because I don't have any PPT for the presentation.
Okay. But next time when you present something, please make sure that you should have a presentation.
Sure, sir, definitely, sir. Next time I'll do that.
Thank you.
So, very good afternoon. And it's Vijay Savarthi, PhD research scholar in Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu, India. And my paper entitled Industrial Tourism in Edinburgh Desert Solitaire Season in the Wilderness. And my paper primarily focuses upon the impact of industrial tourism and how it seems to be the distinctive feature to the remnants of nature. We know very well, in this 21st century, we people are living among the buildings and the machines, and it automatically leads us to have some sort of mental problems like mental stress, trauma, and so on. And to get rid of some these kind of problems, as well as in pursuit of peace and happiness, especially to get relaxation, we call on to various places, especially natural places like beaches, forests, and the desert, and in the name of tourism, because nothing can offer the best solution than nature. And gradually, the tourism turned into be a sector which generates more fortunes. For example, the tourism determines the GDP of the economy in the particular nation. So government started promoting the tourism by providing the assistance like the toilet facilities and the transport facilities, and it ultimately leads us to have the extinction in the remnants of nature, because already we are having only limited amount of the nature and we have extincted everything in the name of urbanization and industrialization. They are having only the remnants, but that also going to be extinct in the name of the tourism. And this is what is being highlighted in the novel of Edward Abbey, especially the title Desert Solitaire Season in the Wilderness. Edward Abbey is an American writer. He is an environmentalist. He was born in 1927 in Pennsylvania. In 1956, and he was working as a park ranger in the park named Arches National Monument, which is located in Utah, America. And in the beginning, the park received only limited amount of visitors because it didn't have such a facilities that I could mention here, like toilet facilities and transport facilities. But later on, he had seen a group of officials had come and informed him that they're going to lay out the road into the orchards. And after the massive plan had been executed, the orchards, the park received the many number of tourists. And since the visitors to the park tremendously increased from 3,000 to 3 lakhs per year. And we know very well, it is the human habit. The human are habitualized by nature to litter wherever they go. And once a particular place has seen a many number of people, automatically other industries like a food industry will also be installed, and people start by and they would drop the waste on the land. It leads to the land pollution. And in the beginning, Edward Abbey would have the fresh nature, fresh air in the park, but once the transport facilities had been given, many industries, many vehicles, and many automobiles started entering into the orchards, and it polluted the air. And we have to remember, why do we want to give such assistance to the natural places? Because there is no place in this world which cannot be accessed, even though Everest, the top of the Everest, human being has can be a footprint on the top of the Everest. So nothing is possible, everything is possible without even having the assistance. And remember, We could not enter into the churches and holy places and especially to the parliament by car or automobiles. We have to park it outside. Then why do we want to let the automobiles into the nature? And we have to understand only one thing very important. The climate changes and the other natural issues had a starting point. And now we have to remember we are having the remnants of nature and it is also going to be extincted in the name of tourism. So before turning into the massive problem, we have to stop it. And the same author, Edward Abbey, had mentioned in his another novel, The Monkey Wrench Gang, who said that the nature offered the credible life to human beings, but now it functions only as an asylum for the psychiatry. But in future, it will also be extinct. The whole world would go into mass. So we are having only the remnants of nature. It has to be saved. Because many nations are misunderstood that the industrial tourism, the tourism would boost their economy. But on the other hand, it is a devil in disguise and it will extinct the remnants of the nature. So this is what is being discussed elaborately into my thesis and my article. If you have a chance, please read it. Thank you.
Yes, very well explained. Congratulations. And
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, Pratik sir, for your valuable comments and instruction. Thank you so much. So here we start our technical section 3. Let me call Ambassador Professor Dr. K.M. Esther Mala ma'am, our technical section 3 chairperson, country director, IPOH Malaysia, international inspirational speaker award winner, certified global trainer, international soft skill trainer, international toastmaster, educationist, Leadership Award 2022, Parenting Coach, Child and Youth Development Coach, Mentor at Oriental University, Indore, India, and Vidhi Gozim, International Peace Ambassador, Accountant UK and IT Engineer UK, Malaysian Educationist Ambassador for International Internship University, Country Director of IPRH Malaysia, latest awards in 2023 for her Best Global Educator Award 2023, Worldwide Leadership Gold Award winner 2023, Most Influential and Iconic Leader 2023, International Inspirational Speaker Award winner 2023, Global Legend and Peace Award 2023. We are so glad to welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, dear admin. Welcome, dear all respected, honorable dignitaries, wherever you are around the globe. I'm so glad to meet up with all of you. Our next presenter will be Professor Brenda A. Hussein from Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines. And her paper will be Effects and Perceptions of COVID-19 Pandemic on Graduate School Students. Welcome, Professor Brenda.
Sorry, ma'am, your voice is not clear. Brenda, ma'am. Kindly unmute your audio, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, please increase the size of your screen so everybody can view it better, Professor. Yeah, it's visible. It's visible, but can you please put on a presentation mode? Yes. Better. Yeah. Fine, thanks.
Madam, we are unable to hear you. Kindly check your microphone.
I can hear her very clear.
Okay, but sorry, ma'am, we couldn't hear her.
Oh,
Okay, fine. Then she can continue.
yeah. Please continue. Please continue. I can hear you, Professor Brenda.
is recommended to conduct seminars and workshops to teachers to become more proficient in using the modular method. Okay, the head of the school should develop policies for each student's module. The teachers ought to implement measures to raise students' performance. Okay, amid the pandemic, school administrators should support the instructors and keep an eye on the students' progress before holding a conference with the teachers to discuss the lesson or the topics. The challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic and the opportunity for the students are presented by modular distance learning, academic performance, comparisons between the traditional face-to-face strategy and the modular remote learning approach. Academic performance is being impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. So that would be all for my presentation, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Brenda. Wow, excellent, excellent presentation. You have discussed, you gave a good introduction, and it's well presented, well articulated, and you gave the census at the beginning of the COVID-19 during pandemic, the figures, the statistics given by World Health Organization and how it spread. The methodology, you elaborated well with detailed record. Thank you, Professor Brenda, for your presentation.
Okay, welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I would love to have you again. Thank you. Now I would like to call upon the second speaker. That will be Professor Raniza El-Hayudini from Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines. The title of your paper would be Factors and Preferences in the Methods of Childbirth Delivery Among Pregnant Tausak Women in Jolo, Sulu. Welcome, Professor.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, we have allotted 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for discussion for all the presenters, ma'am.
Oh, okay, fine. 2 minutes, yeah, from now. Professor Raniza, can you please hold on?
Yes, 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for discussion.
Yes. Thank you. So the floor is now open for discussion. So the discussion has to come from the audience.
Yeah, ma'am. So now we can start our Reniza ma'am presentation.
Okay. The discussion should be from the audience, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, welcome, Professor Raniza again. Raniza Hayudini. Yeah, you may present.
Hey, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So it's an honor and privilege to present my study. So my study entitled Factors and Preferences in the Method of Childbirth Delivery Among Pregnant Tausug Women in Jolo, Sulu. So to start with the background of the study, childbirth is a momentous occurrence in a woman's existence, symbolizing the culmination of the reproductive process and initiations of the maternal role. So the study fills this research gap by exploring the factors and preferences, the methods of childbirth delivery among pregnant women in Jolo, Sulu.
Raniza, ma'am, please wait.
Yeah. Professor Raniza, can you please increase the size of your screen and start again from the first?
Size of your screen. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Size of your screen and start from the beginning again. I will turn you again. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Can I start now, ma'am?
The first slide, yeah, please. The first slide.
So, okay, so for the first slide, So to start with the background,
Okay.
Okay, so this study is entitled Factors and Preferences in the Methods of Childbirth Delivery Among Pregnant Women in Hulosulu. So childbirth is a momentous occurrence in a woman's existence, symbolizing the culmination of the reproductive process and the initiation of the maternal role. So this study fills the research gap by exploring the factors and preferences in the methods of childbirth delivery among pregnant women in Hulosulu. By identifying and understanding the sociocultural, economic, and healthcare-related factors that impact their decision-making process, healthcare professionals and policymakers can develop targeted interventions and strategies to improve maternal and child health outcomes in this population. Such knowledge can aid in the development of culturally sensitive and contextually appropriate healthcare policies and interventions, ultimately leading to improved maternal and neonatal health outcomes. The objectives of this study to describe and correlate the characteristics of pregnant Tausug women, factors affecting their childbirth, and the preferred methods of childbirth delivery. The method of childbirth delivery chosen by the expectant mothers is influenced by a myriad of factors, including cultural norms, personal preferences, and access to healthcare resources. Understanding these factors is essential for healthcare professionals to provide appropriate and culturally sensitive care to pregnant women. The Tausug people, an ethnic group predominantly residing in the province of Sulu, Philippines, have distinct cultural practices and beliefs surrounding childbirth. Jolo, as the capital of Sulu, serves as a central hub for healthcare services in the region. Despite the advancements in medical technology and the availability of various childbirth delivery options, Tausug women may have unique considerations that influence their decision-making regarding childbirth methods. To proceed with the next slide, so in this study, for the methods, a descriptive correlational was applied with pregnant Tausug women in Hulosulu, a respondents of 120 selected using stratified simple random sampling guided by a criterion. A valid and reliable three-part instruments were completed by the participants face-to-face in online mode after ensuring informed consent and ethics approval. The collected data were analyzed using frequency distribution, mean standard deviation, Kramer's V, and Pearson's R. For the results, the factors that affects the preferences in the childbirth delivery method among the respondents, this includes the parents and relatives, decision-making autonomy, cultural and religious beliefs, transportation, proximity to the hospital, and financial capabilities all affects childbirth decisions. And the most preferred methods of childbirth delivery among the among the respondents in the study, the Tausug women, they choose normal birth method because of cultural beliefs, personal experiences, and family and partner preferences. So this study also found that those with more children or influenced by childbirth circumstances are more likely to have specific childbirth delivery preferences. To proceed with the discussion, the descriptive characteristics of the respondents' profile reveal important demographic information such as the prevalence of young adults with relatively low incomes and the predominant use of public transportation aligned with existing research on socioeconomic factors and transportation patterns. For instance, studies have shown that young adults, especially those in the early stages of their adult life.
Reniza, ma'am, am I audible? You have only 2 minutes more. Yeah, 2 minutes more for you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yes, 2 more minutes.
Based from the findings of this study, let me read to you the recommendations based on the findings. Okay. Based on the findings, one of the recommendations for the study is the implementations of the group plans, which involves training, educating both women and men in management of hemorrhage, providing family planning services. That also pregnant women should be also monitored by the barangay health workers to manage prenatal for normal vaginal childbirth delivery, to train traditional birth attendants in the recognitions and referral of maternal and newborn complications. The health personnel should coordinate with the LGUs or the local government units, like for example, in the barangay health unit, to come up with the constant visitations of the midwife to look and take care of the pregnant mother. Next recommendation, the doctor should conduct training on childbirth delivery to train the home attendant in the childbirth delivery. In the village, would also discuss cases with the traditional birth attendants. Both the health center doctors and midwives had continuing education courses provided by the consultants and seniors midwives. Last recommendations is that identification and prioritizations of maternal and neonatal health problems, development of strategies, and to solve the problems with the women's groups and members of the communities and local authorities. So moreover, Tausug mother's preference on normal delivery is consistent with the evidence-based reasons, including the desire to seek the assistance of traditional birth attendants, concerns about the risks associated with surgery and anesthesia, the importance of immediate breastfeeding, and the perceptions that healing after normal delivery is easier. Additionally, the preference of normal delivery as a natural method and for perceived health benefits for both mother and the baby reflects the influence of cultural beliefs and personal experiences. The significant role of family and spouses' wishes in decision-making process is also evident as individuals take into consideration the opinions and support of their loved ones during childbirth. However, the underscoring preference in the context of physicians' recommendations of childbirth delivery suggests more variability, which may stem from individual experiences. So trust in healthcare providers or differing opinions regarding medical interventions during childbirth. And to give you the conclusions, this research could help to improve the quality of care for Tausug women during childbirth and to ensure that their needs are met. Moreover, healthcare providers should be aware of the cultural and religious beliefs that may influence childbirth decisions. Future research could explore the impact of childbirth experiences on the mental and physical health of Tausug women. That would be all.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor Raniza. What a brilliant sharing, a well-presented paper also. Yeah. So I'm really amazed with the way you have presented this paper. You have shared the objectives, the characteristic of pregnant Tausug women, factors affecting the children, the childbirth, methods deployed, and results of the method deployed, and preferred methods, which is normal childbirth. You highlighted that. And you have recommended on the childbirth and the mother's preferences, which is again the normal childbirth due to cultural influences. Yeah, I do agree with that because whether you live in village or in town, in cities, people still prefer a natural birth. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Next, admin, next presenter, is it?
Yes, ma'am. From our schedule, this is Jeba Subita.
Yeah, Jeba is, yeah. Welcome. Yeah. Is it Professor? How can I address you?
Yeah, I will introduce you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Jeba Subida, research scholar, Raniyanna Government College for Women, Gandhinagar, Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu, India. With Dr. Y. Vijla Jabarsi, Associate Professor, Supervisor, Department of English, Raniyanna Government College for Women, Tamil Nadu, India. Are you there, ma'am? Jeba Subita, ma'am?
Jeba.
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Yes.
Yes, yes. Welcome.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, yes. You're audible. Admin, can I take over now?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. So thank you for the introduction. Ms. Jeba, you will be sharing your paper. Title would be Religious animosity as manifested in the novel The Bellboy by Ines Salim.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is my PPT visible?
Yeah, but can you adjust? Maybe it's, yes, well done. Well done. Proceed,
Okay.
please. You have 8 minutes to go.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My title is Religious Animosity as Manifested in the Novel The Bellboy by Annie Salim. It explores the profound animosity and deep-seated resentment experienced by the minority groups towards majority religion groups. Religion is based on belief and practices. It often fosters a sense of animosity towards different faith people. This sense of religious identity is manipulated by the political figures to exploit minority communities, and they hinders their personal growth and advancement within the society. Consequently, minorities feel themselves marginalized socially and economically. This leads to identity crisis and discrimination. In such isolated situation, individuals experience insecurity among the majority people. This raises doubt among themselves about their own capabilities. The greediness and unchecked actions of the majorities turns the life of minorities into the targets of all unjust acts. In the novel Bellboy, the protagonist is Latif, 17 years old boy, lives with his ailing mother and two sisters. He works as a bellboy in Paradise Lodge. When he enters into the Paradise Lodge, he see the manager wearing a red saffron on his wrist. It makes him feel uncomfortable, and he feels that how hard he works there, he will not be rewarded or appreciated. Instead, he will be treated as dog. This gives him a sense of discrimination in his workplace. In Paradise Lodge, room number 555 holds the peculiar reputation for the VIPs of the town. An actor came to stay there, but he ends his life by suicide. Manager make use of the situation and steal their ring from the dead actor. This was victimized by the Latif, but he remained silent throughout the novel. In the end, when police came to investigate about the missing ring, the manager blames Latif for his undone mistake. When they discover a missing ring, it was wrapped by the newspaper with the headline Saffron Sweep Nation. It hurts much for the Latif, but Latif was imprisoned and his whole family, with the shame, they commit suicide. For conclusion, as a result of such hardship and struggles, individuals develop a deep-seated hatred for others and profound sense of isolation. Thank you, ma'am.
Is that so? You are done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jabbar, Shubita. Yeah, you presented well. You first prepared a slide for the keywords so that the audience can see that what are you stressing on, which is isolation, identity, discrimination, insecurity, and hatred. These are the causes of this subject in the story, Commit Suicide. Okay, and also the outline of the novel is presented, and this facilitates the easy understanding for the audience. Yeah, we can follow through your story together with this outline you have presented. Thank you so much. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then, admin, this is also 8 minutes or 3 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. 8 minutes.
8 minutes also, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, our next presenter will be
Parvana Bhatt.
Yeah, Parvana Bhatt, PhD scholar, University of Jammu. Your title of your paper would be Women's Rights in Afghanistan, Opportunities and Challenges. Amazing topic. You may start now. Purvana Bhatt, are you here?
Yes, she is here, ma'am.
Okay.
Parvana Bhatt, ma'am, please unmute your audio. Yeah, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon. You may start. Do you have a
Ma'am,
presentation?
yes, ma'am. I don't have PPT. Actually, my laptop was not working, so I
Oh,
have to continue like this.
okay. You may start now.
The title of my topic is Women Rights in Afghanistan: Opportunities and Challenges. Historically, it has been seen that women rights have always been politicized and central to political conflict in Afghanistan. It cannot be denied that males in patriarchal societies such as Afghanistan continue to control not only their female relatives' access to public space but also the access of women as a group. Whereas, according to Michel Foucault, power is not something that is composed on other, but it is multidimensional change of relations circulating throughout the society. In Afghanistan, the Taliban and other armed groups is an undeclared collaboration with patriarchy and the tribal culture of Afghanistan represent the hegemonic alliance of the three, the ultimate victim being the Afghan woman and women belonging to minorities. Although men too have been affected in certain way, history shows the intervening of these three forces operate on a more general level, as a result of which women are restricted to the primary roles of procreation, home, and the hearth, while males have authority and are expected to offer security. In Afghanistan, the allocation of diverse rights and privileges is impacted by economic, social, political, and sexual stratification, resulting in the stark differences and disastrous consequences. When we look in depth at the aspect of women in Afghanistan, we find many factors which lead them to the present situations in Afghanistan, that is patriarchal structure, Afghan traditional social norms, religious, ideological influences, and geographical factors. So many Afghans worried about their future after the Taliban took control of Afghanistan in August following the United States withdrawal from the country. Although the Taliban initially claims that they have changed some aspect of their philosophy, Afghans who do not follow the Taliban harsh and strict interpretation of Sunni Islam face significant danger. Small communities of religious minorities, including Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Ahmadi Muslims, and Jewish, survived the Taliban early regime from 1996 to 2001, even though the majority of non-Muslims left Afghanistan. Due to the fear of punishment, a large number of religious minorities in the society practice their religion secretly. Religious freedom has deteriorated since the Taliban seized control of the country on August 15, 2021. Despite promises to form an inclusive government, the Taliban declared an all-male, religiously and ethnically homogeneous cabinet in September 2021, and also re-established the Ministry of Propagation of Vice and the Propagation of Vice, who support a particular system and recruit violent hardline Islamists. So by concluding, history witnessed the event when George W. Bush administration fought for women's rights and their empowerment, which later became the justification for its war against the Taliban. The period from 1996 to 2001 is considered the darkest phase of Afghanistan as far as the women's rights are concerned. The Taliban executed strict Shia interpretation of Islamic law that included imputation, stoning to death, and systematic violation against women and girls. But in this contemporary scenario, the Taliban has again become a reality in Afghanistan. Different opinions are developing in Afghan society. Some believe that under the present rule of the Taliban, the country will become more authoritative and much of the progress made for women's rights and minority rights will be sacrificed. They are also concerned about the preservation and protection of the development gains that country has made in the last 20 years, because the Taliban are openly suggesting that they will they will enact Sharia or Islamic law in the country. So I will concluding by saying, in the words of Bernard Rubin remarks, if the international community does not find a way to rebuild Afghanistan, a flood tides of weapons, cash, and will escape the state boundaries and make the world less secure for all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Purvana Bath, for sharing with us the women's rights in Afghanistan, the opportunities and the challenges. You have given a detailed factors with which affecting the opportunities and challenges met by these women in Afghanistan. But it's impressive presentation as well. But it would be better if you have the PowerPoint slide. I hope that you presenters, please be serious about what you're presenting. Do it well, do it proper, so that everybody can appreciate your presentation. Because when you just talk without presentation, you know, the audience who hear your presentation sometimes might not hear very clearly. So when you present with the PowerPoint presentation, it's very clear, even if the audience miss any of your words. Yeah, and we can see the senses, everything, whatever you like to present. Yeah, thank you so much, Prabhana. But
1629.
let's go to the next admin. Shall I go to the next presenter, or are you introducing the next presenter?
Yeah, our next presenter, Rapti Singh, BA
Yes.
LLB second year, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, and with Anaya Srivatsa, BA LLB second year, SS Khanna Girls Degree College. Are you here?
Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good
Yes.
afternoon. Yeah, Rapti, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome, Rapti. Your title of your paper would be Educational Laws, Easy to Make, Hard to Implement. Educational Laws, Easy to Make and Hard to Implement. Welcome.
Thank
may
you, ma'am.
start now. Yes.
Sorry, ma'am, we don't have a PPT presentation.
Don't tell sorry to me. It's your presentation, So how well you present reflects about you. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I, Rapti Singh, and my co-author Ananya Srivastava are here to present our research paper on the topic of educational law, easy to make, hard to implement. India is a land of education, and this is a land where from very great personalities have been recognized, such as Mahatma Gandhi, Swami Vivekanand, APJ Abdul Kalam, C.V. Raman, Homi J. Bhabha, etc. But currently, India is the most populated country, which has population equivalent to 17.7% of the world, out of which around 66% of are youth and below the age of 35. India's male literacy rate stand at 84.7%, while female literacy rate stand for 70.30%. However, India's employment rate is 36.9%. The difference between the literacy rate and the employment rate shows the failure of Indian education system. The right of education and added as a fundamental right under Article 21A by as well as the fundamental duty of parents providing the education of their children aged between 6 to 14 is added by 86th Constitution Amendment Act 2002. But it took 8 years for the implementation of this act. It shows the planned work development of education system in India. Mere education opportunity is not an issue, but the quality of education also matters. As per Rig Veda, education is what makes a man self-reliant. In a country like India, average people are below poverty line or belongs to a lower middle class society who cannot afford private school institutions and rely on government schools, but the condition of government schools are insufferable and most of them do not have the proper infrastructure. and the school environment is so suffocating that the student dissuaded from attending the classes. In past few years, many states has opted for a better change in their school system. For example, Delhi is serving 1.5 million students since 2015. It has undergone a remarkable transformation, but it adopted changes like teacher training programs, mentor teaching program, happiness curriculum, etc. But only even those reforms are incomplete. There are many laws and policies such as Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan and National Education Policies 2020, etc., which are great in theories. However, in reality, it has very low rate of implementation. The state needs to change the implementation techniques in order to achieve better future for India, such as constant learning of techniques for teachers, practice practice of theories which we learn in books in the practical life, etc. In this way, the India can develop its education system for betterment in the future. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the brilliant sharing, Rapti Singh. You have shared about the census in India for literate and unemployment, um, prevailing. Yeah, and you have discussed about failure of India's education system. You very boldly shared this. Yeah, I congratulate you because unless you are bold enough to bring up these matters, there will not be any solution for the prevailing issues. Yeah, and you mentioned one interesting quote, which is education makes men self-reliant. It is absolute truth. Yeah. Okay. And also you concluded with your suggestion. Thank you so much, Rapti Singh. We love to have you again with your presentation slides. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Admin?
Yes,
Shall we
ma'am.
go to the
Yeah. Thank you, Rapti. So next presenter, Sri G. Rajkumar, Research Scholar, Department of English, Vikrama Simhuri University, Nellore, Andhra Pradesh, India. So
Yeah, there's no, how about Ridima Yadav?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I am here.
Oh, so admin, are we hearing Ridima first, Yadav first?
Okay,
Yes,
ma'am.
Yeah. Can we proceed with Ridima Yadav?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Okay, welcome, Ridima. The title of your paper is Gender and Power. Welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to present on gender and power. So, I begin this presentation with an indication towards the well-established control system which describes and restricts the lives of women. The maps of the social and historical position of mankind and records that one portion of mankind which is restricted from every little thing, relatively all virtues, excluded from duties, responsibilities, authority, job, public post, and offices. In brief, detached from power. The outline of the society we inhabit, a society crossed with intertwined lines of resistance and power, a society which is capable of being described only in comparative terms, a society which must be reconstituted through a required practice of revolving around the center. For the simultaneous center will not anymore hold. A society which can be inferred only in respect of its detrimental divisions of sexuality, color, class, gender, and nation. However, it is also a society with strong background of resistance and transformation in ordinary life and introduce the liberation movements. These outlines help us to describe the complicated base for the rise and unification of women's feminist politics. So today, I want to talk about how power is associated to humiliation, control, exploitation, domination, and authority by throwing light on the sources of power and try to conceptualize Power in brief, how females experience the problem of powerlessness and explores that particular fields where females have power in their own way and how they react to such specific power equations. So now I would like to talk about the idea of gender. So here I would like to quote Simone de Beauvoir, quote, "One is not born but rather becomes woman," unquote. The claim that females are created or constructed instead of taking birth naturally has been dominant to the evolution of theories of gender. One more and significant characteristics of feminist viewpoint is that gender is formulated as hierarchical. It is not concerned with a symmetrical distinction between males and females, but an unequal asymmetrical correlation. Gender indicates a hierarchical split between males and females fixed deeply in social practices and institutions as well. Gender is a procedure which an individual has to perform continuously. Here, what I want to point out is that our individualities as male or female are not constructed in seclusion by us as human beings. It is really crucial to understand that an individual does not perform any other individual gender alone. The concept of power is about control, domination, exploitation, authority, humiliation, oppression, and is a system that a group or people or an individual being may hold over another's life. Power has two principal characteristics. One is dominance over doctrines, over ideologies, that is values, attributes and beliefs, and dominance over resources, which can be human, physical, intellectual, emotional. So consequently, power is individual's ability and capability to have authority over others. Mikhail Foucault says that power is practiced through a net of parallel connections and human beings move continuously between its threads. All of them are always in the place of concurrently exercising their power through through the structure of power. Now, first of all, it is important to discuss the sources of power. First is authority and power, diffuse power, and how females are as powerless or powerful beings. So, the nature of power distribution is hierarchical. Females usually stay at the bottom of the power pyramid. So females come across the problems of powerlessness in and through the acts of various political, economic, and social institutions. There are some particular domain where females have power in their own way, have power to take decisions or targeted for power, and how all of them react to these kind of power connection. Females daily bread and power in every types of communities, whether tribal, peasant, industrial, urban, rural. The first and foremost responsibility of females is to prepare meals and serve it to others. Literally speaking, females contributed greatly in growing, processing, and circulating food in pre-industrial societies. Offering food to others is the leading role of females, and globally it is main ingredient of their identity. It is the only power practiced over their loved ones within the boundaries of homes, and sometimes beyond it is to people of larger community. The struggle of females for power, I personally find comparatively females are less powerful in the society. Females raise voice for attaining power is quite justifiable. From the perspective of fundamental rights, humanitarian merits in the democratic society. While females have equal share in human destiny, there is not even a single reason to assign subordinate or secondary position to half of the population. On the grounds of finance and economic tension, females' struggle for power and equality is justifiable because gender discrimination remains hold a place in the world that restricts the productivity of any nation and eventually slows economic advancement. However, females make every effort for emancipation, stability, and equal opportunities is not only justified but preferable and desirable. Now I would like to talk about how language as a tool of power for females. The meaning of the idea of representation is how pictures, signs,
Madam,
words,
sorry
and
to interrupt.
languages.
You have only 2 more minutes left.
Okay, sir. So I would like to conclude this presentation in in a very brief way. In knowing differences and particularities, we can better see the connections and commonalities because no border or boundary is ever complete or rigidly determining. The challenge is to see how differences allow us to explain the connections better and more accurately. How specifying difference allow us to theorize universal concerns more fully. It is this intellectual move that allows for my concern for women and men of different communities and identities to build coalitions and solidarities across borders. Now we have to change our own mind. We have got to change our own minds about each other. We have to change each other with new eyes. We have to raise voices against gender inequality and represent ourselves as powerful being in a society. We have to come together with warmth. Therefore, this presentation argues that the voice of women ought to be reclaimed in order to promote inclusive and democratic feminisms and to support a society where both men and women have equal power. So this was my presentation. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ridhima Yadav. What a powerful presentation. Yeah, as I mentioned just now, it will be better if you have the PowerPoint slide. Yeah. Okay, you have discussed about how power is associated with gender inequalities and factors contributing to it. And you have also shared that how these women are left powerless and how to reduce this gender inequalities and why female is often, you give the factors why the female are often become powerless and how we can handle this situation. Yeah, you gave suggestions too. Yeah, thank you so much. Well
Thank
done.
you, ma'am.
Well
Thank
done,
you, ma'am.
Ridhima. Admin, shall we go to the next presenter? It is actually, yeah, our next presenter will be Sri G. Raja Kumar, but we don't have the title here. What is the title, dear admin?
Global Nation for Peace and Harmony and envisaged by Rabindranath Tagore.
Global
Nation.
Yeah, Global National.
Nation for Peace.
Nation for Peace, yeah.
And Harmony.
And Harmony, yes.
As envisaged by.
As and
envisioned by.
Envisioned by, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Envisioned by?
Rabindranath Tagore, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, sir. You may proceed.
Yeah, ma'am. This is.
You're welcome. Yes.
Good afternoon, all of you, ma'am. This is Raj Kumar from Vikramasinghe University, Nellore, Andhra Pradesh, India. And my co-author is my research supervisor, Dr. R. Prabhakar, Associate Professor, Department of English, Vikramasinghe University, Nellore, ma'am, Andhra Pradesh, India.
Yes.
So the title of my presentation is, I don't have slides, ma'am, and I present my paper here. So the title of my presentation is Global Nation for Peace and Harmony as envisioned by Rabindranath Tagore. So because the need of the hour is peace and harmony, because there was bomb blast yesterday in Pakistan, and in Afghanistan, anarchy is going on, as earlier mentioned by our previous scholars, and in Ukraine, there is war is going on. And in Manipur, in our own India, there is no peace and harmony. So peace and harmony are very much necessary for the world itself, as Rabindranath Tagore has envisioned. And now, in the enigmatic and infinite universe, science says that the globe is equal to or less than a small dust particle. The age of the universe is stated to be some thousands of millions of years. The element of time also is one of the many enigmatic and mysterious elements in the universe. In such universe of many enigmas, a man's life is both nothing and everything. Nothing because when compared with the volume and age of the universe, man's life is like a small candlelight under the sunlight. Everything because man is the only wisest species that could understand and unravel the mysteries of the universe. Rabindranath Tagore, a prophet author, has foreseen the deteriorating of the human relations in the times to come. Accordingly, for having soothing and remedial effect, Tagore infused in his writings an element of panacea of values and ethics for restoring human relations and reordering the troubled society by evolving a global nation with universal values. Because values make a good society, and a good society provides better life for the human beings. Tagore resents the artificial fragmentation of the globe into nations. He calls it killing man's creative mind. In his view, the state is destructive and man is creative. The state creates organizations for destruction too. To put it in Tagore's words, I quote, the nation does not create. The nation merely produces and destroys. Organizations for production are necessary. Even organizations for destruction may be so. But when actuated by greed and hatred, they crowd away into corner the living man who creates, then the harmony is lost and the people's history runs at a breakneck speed towards some fatal catastrophe. I unquote. In the above words, Tagore speaks of two categories of organizations for the state. One is for construction and the other is for destruction. The nations in the contemporary society have these two categories of organizations. The organizations for construction work work openly for the welfare and development of people and for the upliftment of the society. To mention a few such organizations, to mention a few such organizations are the World Health Organization, the National Human Rights Commission in India, Medicines Sans Frontières in France, Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations Organization. These are some of the organizations for construction of the society. As Tagore opines, these organizations work in union with other peer-level organizations. Tagore also speaks of the organizations for destruction. Their existence is unknown to the world. Sorry, their existence is known to the world, but their activities are kept as utmost secret.
Excuse
These
me, sir.
organizations, pardon
Yeah,
me.
2 minutes more for you, sir.
Yeah. These organizations work against the other people in the other parts of the globe, that is, belonging to the other countries in the world. Examples for such organizations are the Central Investigation Agency of the USA, the Research and Analysis Wing of India, Mossad in Israel, etc. Common nomenclature for such organizations is secret agencies. Justification for the presence of such organizations is said to be the threat from other countries. Tagore offers a solution to such threats. The solution is eliminating the concept of nationalism and uniting the peoples of the world as one race and one nation. Tagore's concept, finally, of one globe, one people, and one nation is in consonance with nature and with the ideals of India. Nature has one sun, one moon, and one globe for the people that live on this planet. It means that nature has not divided the globe into nations. India, too, since ancient times, has propagated the idea of Vasudhaika Kutumbakam, meaning the world is an extended family. The group of 20 nations, of which India holds the chair, also endorses this concept. When the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbam is promoted and propagated, wars and struggles in the world can be minimized, if not eliminated. Consequently, harmony and peace would be the order of the day. Thank you.
Yes.
That's my presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Raja Kumar. Yeah, what a brilliant, impactful topic you have chosen. Yeah, it's so interesting. You have emphasized on the importance of peace and harmony. Well done, congratulations. And you have shared from the perspective of science about the world, and you have also mentioned value makes a good society, which is an undeniable truth and fact. And you have gave detailed perception and vision by Rabindranath Tagore, and you have concluded with the wonderful concepts of Rabindranath Tagore, that is one globe, one global, one globe, one people, one sun, one moon. Yeah, and we are all extended family. Thank you for the lovely presentation. But it would be even better if you have the PowerPoints presentation with you.
Next time I'll do
it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Admin, I think with this,
Yes,
my turn is ending.
ma'am.
Yeah, has ended. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's so insightful session for us. We are so grateful for your presence and a humble gratitude for your commands. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. So here, let me take this opportunity to welcome our chairperson for technical section 4. I welcome Dr. P.K. Rajput. Yes. So he is a former vice president and vertical head of Candela Pharmaceuticals Limited, Ahmedabad, for domestic and international business, global speaker, international life coach, mentor, corporate trainer, educator, thought leader, author, change maker, and he's a professor of practice in universities and institutions, advisory board member of multiple organizations, institutes, and colleges. So he's a multiple honorary doctorate holder in various streams. We are so glad to welcome you here, sir. Over to you. Yeah, please unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very good afternoon to you for a very generous introduction. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be a part of such a wonderful forum. And I think I have 4 of the wonderful presenters. They are going to present this. And the first is Mr. Shubham Kumar Kanu, right? So,
yes, sir.
Mr. Shubham Kumar Kanu, you are here. We would like to listen from you. And I'm sure your preparation must be very good. And you have 8 minutes for your presentation. And you are from Baroda, right? So, which is a part of Ahmedabad, which is very, very near. It's 1.5 hour journey, right? So, over to you, Mr. Shubham Kanu, because the time starts now. All the best to you.
Thank you, respected chairperson, for giving me this wonderful opportunity for me to. It's my honor to be here and present in this wonderful platform. Am I audible, sir?
Very well.
So my name is Shubham Kumar Kanu, assistant professor and PhD research scholar in the Department of Political Science, the Maharaja Sahajirao University of Baroda, Gujarat, India. So the title of my paper is a comprehensive analysis of the role of a diaspora in contemporary India. Now, the very first reason why I have chosen this particular topic for this conference is that if we look at the last 2 decades, what we will find that the influence of diaspora, both in India as well as the country where the destined country where they have gone, right now, it has greatly, it has increased multiple times, right? So, in what way it shapes the politics of India or the politics of the country where they belong to, right? So, what I have found here that their influence has increased. So, therefore, there is a need to talk on how does it influence or the shapes the politics of India. So, this is the major reason why I have chosen this particular topic. Now, Before going into that, I would like to point out some of the data which I have collected from various sources. That now, if we look at the international diaspora, right, what we will find that India, it provides around 17.5 million people who have gone to different countries, and they are the Indian diaspora. That means if we look at the numbers of the diaspora around the world, we will find that India is at the top level. That means India provides much of the diaspora than the other countries in the world. Now, if we look at economically, we will find that it contributes, this Indian diaspora contribute 3.4% of the total GDPs of India. Now here, if we compare it with the expenditure which India spend on, say for instance, in education, we will find that it goes much beyond than what India spends on education, right? So that means it contributes a lot so far as the economy of India is concerned. Now, if we look at the how many peoples are of Indian origin and they have gone to different countries, we will find that at present, currently, there are 31.2 million population, the Indian diaspora, who are dispersed in across 146 countries with 17 million PIO, peoples of Indian origin. They are not Indian citizens, but they are of Indian origin, and the 13 million NRIs. They are Indian citizens, but they are for a longer time they are staying in other countries. Now, what does this data show? That India, I mean, we're talking about the international migration. India is at the top level. Second, it provides a great, it contributes a lot so far as the Indian economy is concerned, and this population, this chunk is around 3% of the total population of India, and it influences a lot. Now, if we look at the recent 2 decades, we will find that the since 2014, if we look in this manner, then we will find that the current Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he has visited to more than 60 countries where he has held more than 100 of programs where he is directly meeting with the Indian diasporas in different countries, right? Which, if we talk about the number, we find that in New York, it is around 20,000 people who has gathered together, and it is here that PM Modi is addressing to those. If we look at the if we look at the Singapore, it is at again 18,000, Shanghai 5,000. And in London, 60,000 people that they have gathered there, and he is addressing now. What's the reason? Why is he addressing? How does it influence in Indian politics and vice versa? This is very essential to look at it. Now, if we look at the role of this diaspora in Indian context, in India, how does it play the role in India? We find that the first is the economy. As I said, that it contributes 3.4% of the population, 3.4% of the Indian economy. Number one, it reduces the trade deficit in India. This is very important part. It reduces the trade deficit. Second, it reduces also the burden of unemployment which India is facing since the last 2 decades. Now, not only that, when we talk about the economy, when they visit India, when they come in India, it contributes in Indian economy. They also provide some sort of assistance in different charities. Right. So basically, economically, they are much more beneficial for India, number one. Second is that they help in transferring the technology and investment in India. So they have spread it to numerous developed countries. And while talking about, they are based in different developed countries. They have got some sort of idea, the technological idea, investment, and they sort of provide this technological and the investment in India for their own benefit, and also it helps in India to reduce the burden of unemployment, and also that it helps to flourish the technological advancement in India. So this is also a major important point that I wanted to emphasize. Then what we find that the third reason here is that it helps in boosting the bilateral ties. Now, the country where they goes, from India, in the United States, it helped to shape the perception how United States would look toward India. Right now, it would, in a way, it would change the perception, or it would force them to make some sort of law true soft power policy, right? It would force them to make a sort of law which favors India. So therefore, it built a sort of connection between India and the destined country. Now, if we look, yes.
Yeah, 3 minutes more for you,
Okay,
sir.
okay. So I will be with that. So if we look at the some of the I mean the highest post, we find that in United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, Alok Sharma, Priti Patel, these are the very prominent people who are at the top level of the political structure in United Kingdom. So far as United States is concerned, we find that Kamala Harris, right, who is the Vice President of United States. So therefore, it in a way shape or build a kind of deeper bilateral relationship between the two countries. Then what we find that it also represent the globe. When the people hear about the success stories of India, or the people who goes abroad, right? Say, for instance, the Google CEO, Sundar Pichai, Microsoft CEO, Satya Nadella. Now, what does it create? It creates a perception that, oh, you came from that country, so that country must be something very great, right? So it also creates a national perception. When we talk about the enhancing soft power, we find that yoga, Ayurveda, Indian spirituality, Indian cuisine. So in a way, I mean, it represent India at the global level. It is beneficial for the country where they are going, and also the country where the country of origin. Right? So therefore, what we do that we celebrate the national the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas on 9th of January every year in order to recognize their effort, their success stories. Right. Not only that, we have Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award that we, in order to recognize that, we provide some sort of award that they would be sort of, they will feel grateful. Right. So this is what we have the initiative. Now, not only it is beneficial for India, but also the country where they goes. Number one is that it increases the trade. Second, I'm going in short. Second, what we find that the skills, the knowledge, and intellectual capacity which they have, they goes there, they use there, and so it leads to the development of the country where they goes to. Third is that there is a long-term and as well as short-term benefit as well to the country where they goes to. It increases the demand of a product, particular product, right? So therefore, it increases the demand of the product, so therefore it leads to the development of the economy, right? We also find that they are also based in few in few countries at the top level, right? In those countries where they go. So say for instance, the Prime Minister of Mauritius, Trinidad, Tobago. Now these are some sort of political roles which they are playing. Then they are of greater source of vote bank right now. Now recently, what we have seen that in Australia, the Prime Minister, he says that he was with the Prime Minister of India, and he said that India Prime Minister Modi is the boss. Right now, how I mean, it is for the I mean, in a way we can say that for the political vote bank, right? It would definitely gain the votes of those who reside in Australia. So therefore, it is also very important that we need to emphasize here. Now, there are certain challenges as well. In short, I will, in 1 minute, I will try to sum up that there's a need of dual citizenship, right? Sometimes they feel that if we go there, whether we will be able to adapt ourselves, or if we come back, right? Whether India would accept or not. So this uncertainty is always there in the mind of those who goes. Second is the kind of discriminatory practices which they some sort of feel in few countries. Then there are few policies in West Asia, particularly in the country where the most of the country people goes to, is the kafala system and nitawat laws. Right now, here they are supposed to, I mean, deposit all their passport, their visas, and all, right, and then they can join the war. Right. So if they want to come, they would have to take the approval of the one where they are engaged with, and then they come. It become very complex if they want to come. Right. So and also the terrorism instability is some of the problem which I mean. And though we should accept that the safe evacuation has improved, but still it remained a source of concern. So there are several initiatives which the government has taken, but these are the challenges which we need to address. And if we look at the way the people goes to, we find that the majority of the people goes to English-speaking countries, right? Now there are opportunities, say, for
I
instance,
mean,
in
your
Russia, in Japan.
time is running. You are
Yeah,
overshooting
in
your
Russia,
time.
so, sure, sir. In 30 minutes, 30 seconds, please. In Russia, in Japan, we find that major opportunities are there, but they are not going due to the language problem, right? So this is also one that we need to emphasize on. Then there must be some sort of platform where the NRIs who are working outside, they can provide some sort of assistance in India's public a sector organization, so that we can have an expertise, we can develop ourselves. So this is what we need to focus on now, and also some sort of mandatory insurance plan, that what if anything happened, then we will provide you with the some sort of economic support. This is also we need to emphasize on. And in conclusion, what I want to say, that we often talk about that India as Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant, or Vishwaguru, global leader, right? Now, in this direction, if we do not focus on what the diaspora do in other countries, right? What their concern, the problems which they are facing, then this self-reliantness, right? The self-economy would not be flourished. So therefore, we must address this concern which we have, and then only we can become a global power, and that it will become self-independent. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and hearing from me. Thank you.
So thank you, Kanu. First of all, let me congratulate you, because you have done a very detailed preparation, right? When I say detailed preparation, because the statistical data which you have presented about it, you start from the GDP, the contribution, the people who are there, and how much they are contributing as compared to our entire population. So this was one of the great things which you have done it. Second thing which you have said, that which are the things which plays a vital role, which I was very, very happy, because I was resonating the things which were speaking about it. You said assistant in the charity, transforming technology, investing in India, and how they are doing it, building the perception of the India. These are the good things which you spoke about it. You spoke very well about on the political part also, because that is also required, because where we are and what is this teacher which we require. You also said that how our respected Prime Minister visited the 60 countries and how many people he has addressed. Then very well the recent part when in Australia, when he visited, when he is called as a boss, right? So these things are there. And what are the good benefits which you have spoken about in the for the Indian diaspora, which is really appreciable. The concern what you have shown about it, that yes, in some of the countries these things are happening, we should take care, and at the same time they should get the dual passport and all. So you have concluded it. You have said the things in a very positive way, an actual requirement which is required, and you have shown your concern in terms of your conclusion as well. So I appreciate.
Thank you,
all the best to you. Nice preparation. Good.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. God bless you. So now we have Dr. Priya, Shweta, and Supriya, the three of the person are there, and they are going to speak, if they are there, study on effectiveness of the financial literacy program on women empowerment. What a wonderful topic. What a wonderful topic.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. And this is one of my favorite topic, because I always feel like when we talk about the SDG goals and women empowerment, right? This is one thing which always touch, and it's very much the need of the hour. So over to you. You have 8 minutes, and you can show your PPT as well if you have, because though Kanu spoke on the other side, but he has not presented. But if you have, you can present it. Otherwise, it's okay. Fine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I can see it. Where you put them, yeah, full screen. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all. Our research paper is a study on effectiveness of financial literacy program towards women empowerment. Financial literacy is one of the key strategies for financial progression of an economy. Standard of living of the people in an economy indicates a strong financial system. Financial literacy helps individuals make more assertive and efficient decisions in the monetary context of their lives. This concept holds much more important when it comes to women empowerment. Financial literacy plays a major role in women economic empowerment by enhancing their financial management capabilities. With this view, we have taken the objectives to know the demographical profile of the respondent, to study the role of financial literacy program organized by Financial Literacy Center, to assess the impact of financial literacy on women empowerment, to know the opinion about financial literacy programs. Research methodology. This study provides the effectiveness and role of financial literacy centers towards the enhancement of financial knowledge among women in Beltangadi Taluk of Dakshina Kannada district in Karnataka. This study is based on the respondents who have participated in various financial literacy programs organized by Amulya Financial Literacy Center in Beltangadi Taluk. Our primary data has been collected through questionnaire and secondary data is collected through books, magazines, research articles, and internet source. A convenient sample of 100 respondents have been collected for the study. Analysis is carried out by using quantitative techniques. The effectiveness of Financial Literacy Center on financial management is assessed through various factors like saving, paying utility bill, opinion on investment, and digital knowledge and skill and knowledge enhancement before and after joining financial literacy program.
Data analysis and interpretation. R and Excel software has been used for the analysis purpose. The data is analyzed, has been presented graphically and in a tabular form. The statistical techniques such as Fisher's exact test, Meck-Nemmer-Bowker test being used to interpret the results. So this graph represents the demographic factors of the beneficiaries. So the first graph represents the age group of the beneficiaries, and it indicates that 39% of the candidates are of age group 35 to 44, and 35% of the candidates are of age group 25 to 34. The second graph represents the income of the beneficiaries, and indicates that 46.5% of the women are earning more than rupees 40,000 per month. The third graph represents the marital status, and 91.9% of the candidates are married. So the fourth graph represents the area of living and indicates that 77.8% of the people are living in rural, and 14.1% of the people living in urban, and 8.1% of the people who live in semi-rural area. The fifth graph represents the education qualification of the participants, and it indicates that only 1% of the respondents are illiterate, and 82% of the respondents are having high school and more than that. And this is the hypothesis, and Fisher's exact test reveals the p-value for the above hypothesis, and we conclude that there is association between income and area of the beneficiaries. So this graph represents the percentage of the candidates based on income and area of living, and which indicates that 57.1% of the respondents from urban area and 50% of the respondents from rural area earns more than 40,000 per month. And this is the table shows the hypothesis test, the association between the factors, demographic factors and factors indicating the financial literacy. So here we can say that this shows that there is no association between age group and no association between the age group and income, and association between the age group and monthly personal budget. So no association between area of living and financial literacy on withdraw money using debit card, education and financial literacy on withdraw money using debit card, and no association between marital status and financial literacy on pay bills on time. And this is the hypothesis regarding whether there is a difference between the financial literacy before and after joining the financial centers. So from the Meck-Nemmer-Bowker test, it reveals that there is a significant difference between the financial literacy before and after joining the financial literacy centers. So this graph represents the opinion regarding their knowledge and skills on finance management before and after joining the financial literacy centers. So it indicates that before joining the financial literacy centers, 32% of the respondents had satisfactory level of knowledge and skills. 66% of the respondents had unsatisfactory knowledge and skills. But after joining the financial centers, 85% of the respondents have good knowledge and skills on financial literacy. So
yeah. 2 minutes more for you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So this is yeah. So this graph represents the opinion on 5 categories of the financial behavior after joining the financial literacy centers. From this, we can say that that means most of them has built their financial literacy skills. So, and this graph represents the percentage of improvement in financial knowledge, and most of them has increased their financial knowledge in this case. And the satisfaction level towards, so most of the majority are say that it is satisfied with the programs offered by the financial literacy centers.
Findings of the study: majority of the respondents are between the age group of 25 to 44. Most of the respondents are having more than 40,000 income per month. Majority of the respondents are married. Majority of the respondents are from the rural areas. Study revealed that majority of the respondents are having basic schooling education. The test reveals that there is association between the income and area of the beneficiaries with a value of 0.03819. It clearly indicates that along with urban area, rural area also developing through various income generating activities. The test reveals that age, marital status, education, and area of living are not associated with financial literacy. Thus, it indicates that this factor does not have an impact on women empowerment. The test results shows that the effectiveness of various programs organized by Amulya Literacy Center for enhancing financial literacy among the women. The test results shows a drastic positive improvement in the financial behavior like spending, savings, payment of bill, personal budget, use of debit card, etc. of the respondents after joining financial literacy program. It also shows a high level of satisfaction towards financial literacy program, and the respondents agree that the financial literacy program are required for improvement of their financial management skill. We conclude our paper by saying that women in rural area are less exposed to societal development, so fail to understand their worth towards economic progression. They know very little or no knowledge of formal financial system. Lack of education among rural women keep them away from the various financial products and services available for economic empowerment. Lack of knowledge restricts them to access financial service. Hence, in such situation, the role of financial literacy programs serve as a boom to the rural women to bring credit worthiness. Thus, the study concludes that various programs conducted by Amulya Financial Literacy Center in Beltangri Taluk of Karnataka has succeeded in its goals of rural empowerment through financial literacy, especially focusing on women. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. And Shweta
Thank you,
Kumari,
sir.
madam, and I think who's the second person? I don't know the name. Priya or it is Supriya?
Shweta.
Shweta, yeah. Shweta and Priya, excellent, you have done it. And
Thank you,
believe
sir.
you me, the way you have presented with the data, which is very much required, and especially from the Amulya Literacy Center, Financial Literacy Center, how we have shown the progress, which is very important, with the various graph, with the 5 of the different status which you have taken, the age, and then the marriage factor, the marital factor, the qualification, the 40,000 rupees, and all. It shows that there is a lot of changes there. Hardly 1 or 2% they are not satisfied, but overall the satisfaction level was very high. And the conclusion which you say, it is very important to educate the women on this aspect so that they can be self-dependent actually. And you guys are doing a very good job, and this is the way we should be spreading across. I am very happy after listening such a wonderful presentation with lot of details which clarifies that it is the need of the hour. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Now I would like to request my another presenter, which is especially very important topic, because the relationship between the hospital and the caretaker is very important. And I'm sure Professor Zerdar M. Adiljani Misa will be available here. I am waiting to listen about his talk, about his paper presentation on hospital nurses' attitude and the nurse-patient working relationship. So are you there here, Professor Zerdar? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Assalamu alaikum, Professor Ziradar.
Please unmute your audio, ma'am.
You unmute your audio, unmute your audio.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
you are audible, so I said Assalamu alaikum to you.
Okay. So, Assalamu alaikum once again.
Over to you. We like
First
to
of all,
yeah.
I would like to express my gratitude for giving me the opportunity to present my research paper. Thank you for lending your precious time to listen to my presentation. I am Ziradar Ajilani Misa, a clinical instructor from College of Nursing of Mindanao State University, Sulu, Philippines, and I will be presenting to you my study entitled Hospital Nurses' Attitude and the Nurse-Patient Working Relationship. Of course, let me show to you the abstract. The background is that this research was conducted to determine the attitude of hospital nurses and the nurse-patient working relationship based on the patient's perspective and also to determine the significant relationship between the two variables. And please, may I go directly to the introduction? So, nursing is a caring profession. As a unique profession, it is practiced with an earnest concern for the art of care and the science of health. The profession involves a humanistic blend of scientific knowledge and holistic nursing practice, according to Campbell and Udan, 2004. In light of the advancement in the modernization and technology, the nursing profession is undergoing a continuous evolution aimed at improving the delivery of nursing care services. Has the attitude of hospital nurses mirrored the mechanical and apathetic realm of modern technologies amidst the changes that have occurred over the decades? Have they upheld compassionate approach to delivering nursing care? The Board of Nurses, under the Board of Nursing Resolution number 2020 series of 2004, or the Code of Ethics of Registered Nurses, promulgated that nurses generally have a strong regard for the dignity and worth of others. Members of the nursing profession are expected to act morally, regardless of the cost to themselves, and this is a requirement of the profession. In addition to creating nursing standards and mechanisms for identifying and dealing with unethical behavior, nurses must accept the professional judgment of others. Belosilio et al. 2008. Nurses are viewed to be empathetic, pleasant, and caring, with white uniforms and friendly smiles. These qualities are the things we expect to observe. According to Kiambao, the nurse is basically a good person. She even enumerated 8 beatitudes of a nurse, where she includes acceptance, helpfulness, friendliness, firmness, permissiveness, limits set, sincerity, and competence. In the context of hospital setting, do nurses continue to exhibit empathy and compassion in accordance with the principles taught in nursing education? Does a prevailing positive attitude exist among nurses? Have nurses transitioned to being primarily task-oriented rather than prioritizing patient care? There are reports cited regarding the attitude of hospital nurses. According to Henry Seno, president of American Dream Review Institute, Filipino nurses in the United States are no longer the same quality as the nurses 10 years ago. The demand for Filipino nurses declined 40%, or almost half of their population due to unprofessional work attitudes. It is evident that through the years, the unpleasant attitude of nurses has occurred and continues to worsen. Subsequently, Royal College of Nursing in the United Kingdom 2014 conducted an online research study, and their findings show 75% of the data were negative comments from patients about the nurses attending to them, and only 4% were positive comments. The following fact findings prove that unpleasant manners of nurses occurred in some cases in different settings of medical institutions. Yet there are very limited studies investigating issues on the attitude of hospital nurses and its significant relation with the nurse-patient working relationship. Thus, the disparities motivate the researcher to conduct a study regarding the attitude of hospital nurses and the nurse-patient working relationship in the local setting. Let's go to the methods. The design of the research study is a descriptive correlational method. It describes and interprets the data and reveals conditions and relationships that exist or do not exist, practices that prevail, beliefs or points of view, or attitudes that are held or not held, through procedures that are continuing, or otherwise effects that are being felt or trends that are developing. It is applied in gathering a large number of data at a specific period of time. The research locale are named Hospital X, Hospital Y, and Hospital Z. They are given code names for confidentiality purposes. They are all
Radha, ma'am?
accessible to the residents
Yeah.
living
Radha,
in
ma'am,
the town
am I
chapter
audible?
of Pulo.
Ma'am?
Hospitals Y and Z provide primary health care, while Hospital X is on the secondary level. All hospitals have sufficient medical staff, including specialists in obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, internal medicine, and surgery. Furthermore, I would like to ask details about the hospitals. Hospital X is a second level public hospital under the Barm region, located at Holo town proper, with a bed capacity of 200, while Hospital Y is a first level private hospital with a 75 bed capacity and also located at Holo, while Hospital Z, a first-level public hospital under Region 9 with 100 bed capacity, which is also located at Holo town proper.
Yeah, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, will you please conclude this? Because it's time.
Okay.
We have 2 more presenters are there now.
Okay, thank you. So the instrument of this study was a self-devised survey questionnaire, and the data gathering um, were ensured by validity and reliability test with a Cronbach alpha of 0.9. And then the data analysis, we used statistical package for social science with with a statistical tool of correlational coefficient. With ethical consideration, this research has no infringement or utilize any measures that can cause harm to the respondents during data gathering. Privacy and confidentiality were provided, and the respondents submitted themselves to the survey voluntarily with no coercion and bribery. So the results uh, on the on the attitude of hospital nurses, there is a total mean of 3.04 with an interpretation of positive, while the results on the nurse-patient working relationship have an overall mean of 2.84 with a description of positive. It means that the patient or the respondents perceive that their nurses have a good working relationship with their patients. So on the table 3 shows the correlation between the attitude of the hospital nurses and the nurse-patient working relationship. Based on the result, it shows that the attitude of the hospital nurses has no significant relationship on their nurse-patient working relationship, with a significant value of below 0.05. So I will go directly to the conclusions and recommendations. Therefore, in the 3 selected hospital, the attitude of hospital nurses was positive overall, as well as the nurse-patient working relationship. So the following recommendations were made based on the findings of this research. There shall be a policy made by the hospitals concerned, and there should have an internal data gathering and analysis juxtaposed result of this study. Hospitals should provide post-evaluation forms about nursing care services to their patients. Any relevant information regarding to the patient must be properly consented to the management upon release. The hospitals should encourage external variables in adopting best practices and milestone in relevant to healthcare. So that would be all. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much,
And
Professor
have a good day.
Ziradar. Thank you so much for giving such a detailed talk. You have done a lot of preparation, let me tell you. A lot of the preparation has been done by you, and I appreciate that part. You also said about, which is very important, the quality part of the nurses, the empathy, the basic things, the requirement of the nurses, which is very important, right?
Yes,
You
thank you, sir.
Yeah, you also said very much that what is the nurses transition to the task orientation, which is very important point which you have mentioned it, and I really appreciate that part. I also
Yes.
appreciate that you have taken the 3 segment of the hospital, of the 200 bedded hospital, 75 bedded hospital, and 100 bedded hospital, and then how the data has been collected by the patient. So you can
Yeah.
see that what type of the nurse's attitude is there, right? To have a good relationship with the patient. Good point. And at the same time, in the conclusion, you also added that what the hospital should do, what the hospital should do with the patient, give the details about it, and how to enhance so that the good practices can be taken care. So you have completed the
Yes,
entire.
thank you so much.
Yeah, so good. All the best. Take care. God bless. Shukriya.
God bless, sir. God bless. God bless,
God bless.
Professor.
Thank you so much. Now I would request my the another of the presenter. He is basically Dr. Abdullah I. Muhammad. If you are here, Dr. Abdullah. Uh, Dr. Abdullah, your topic is an assessment on instructional method used by the social science teachers at Midanaro State University, Sulu.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all the viewers, to the chairman committee, sir. Sorry for Dr. Abdullah Muhammad. Our apology, he cannot be around this time.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Shukriya. So, admin, may I request you to
Yes.
please let me know?
Yes, sir. Actually, we have one more presenter.
Okay.
Yeah. So her name is Dr. Rusha Mudgal.
Okay.
So
Let me just
her,
write it here. Dr. Rusha
yeah,
Mudgal. Okay.
her topic is regional language newspapers and the social media contributing to the continuity of newspaper in India as
Okay.
systematic literature review. Ma'am?
Oh, very, very important topic. Excellent
Yeah.
topic. So, Dr. Risha, very, very good afternoon to you. I can see you here, and welcome to this important presentation. And they would like to go for the presentation, or would like to speak directly?
I can share my screen. I have my
Fantastic.
presentation here.
Thank you so much. We are waiting for you.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Is my screen visible?
Now it's coming. Started coming. It started
Okay.
coming. Yeah.
Okay. So I've selected this topic, which is about newspapers. So ever since the inception of the society, ever since the independence of the nation, we have seen that newspapers have played a very important role in formation of the society and also enlightening the people about their rights, their responsibilities. Newspapers have played an instrumental role while the independence freedom struggle in awakening the people. After that, while India had newfound freedom, newspapers played a very instrumental role in making people understand and serving as a watchdog of the society, enlightening about the new formation policies, our leaders, and what are the areas they're working on. And with that, a lot of commercialization happened after that, industrialization happened after that, and newspapers were no industry which were to be left out. So since then, we have seen a lot of changes in the role of the newspapers and the way they have been consumed in the society. Now, my discussion specifically focuses on regional language newspapers and the present scenario where we see a lot of people accessing news through social media and the various digital platforms. So, talking about the historical importance, yes, we know traditional newspapers have been really important, but in the today's society, we see that there's a lot of overuse of social media, and traditional reading of newspapers is changing. So in these times, the regional language newspapers have come into play, and most of the big players, to name a few, the Hindu, the Times of India, a lot of these newspapers are also looking for some regional language participation and getting the local content and reaching out to the people and targeting a market that has not been tapped. So the traditional newspapers do face some challenges from social media because there is a paradigm shift, and they have been resilient in adapting the changes and going forward. Let me tell you, I just want to highlight here that since all over the world, especially in the Western countries, we see a decline in the newspapers readership. But in India, we see a rise, and newspapers are not only thriving and they're rising. A major contributing factor to this is our regional newspapers. They are the heroes here. So social media has become an important source in upholding the credibility of the newspaper, and there is an urgency to understand this dynamic relationship between how this interplay is going on between the regional language newspapers and social media platforms. So the objectives of my study here are to understand this systematic literature review and explore the regional language newspapers and social media in sustaining the relevance and readership of traditional newspapers in India. And through this, we also delve into the extant literature to provide a comprehensive understanding through the dynamic relationship between the traditional newspapers and the digital media landscape. So, through this systematic literature review, I have comprehensively, rigorously gone through a very transparent approach where I could see the research papers that were related to my topic, and out of I could find almost 300 research papers. I'm sorry, and I could filter out the relevant the research articles and the papers according to the titles, according to the study, according to the abstract, according to the keywords that they had used. So I could find out, sorry, here is my research design and methods, which focused on research papers, academic articles, which were mostly from Scopus and Web of Science journals. And apart from that, I also referred to Google Scholars and ResearchGate, wherein I could review, could have a thorough review of the selected study. I could identify key themes and trends. A thematic analysis I carried out after that to categorize the findings, and I focused on how the regional language newspapers adapted to the digitalization and social media to thrive in the changing media landscape in India. So this was emphasizing on the importance of credible information dissemination in the face of misinformation. Misinformation is a huge challenge that we have been facing, especially we all must have seen during the COVID times how there were so many health related information, rather misinformation being floated around. So it was the regional language newspaper which could reach out to the local communities where the bigger channels and the platforms could not reach. So I'll now bring you to the key finding, the themes that I was talking about. So this was about the role of regional language newspapers. They reach out to a wider audience because as we know, of course, English is one of the preferred official languages, but in India, we do have more languages. India's diversity is known for that. So, to reach out to the people, to give out the right message to the people, we need to communicate in their local language, and we have to be there to make an impact. So, the usage and consumption has also been changing. This has been largely influenced by the factors such as newspaper size, the target audience. The regional language newspapers also contribute to the construction of local identity. They also promote social cohesion and they improve our civil engagement. Now, social media has brought a lot of changes to the news consumption habits. So this is crucial to understand for the future development of regional language newspapers. The key findings talk about how this historical influence, historical significance is still preserved in the country through regional identity, which people relate to. Then there have been various strategies adopted by the regional language newspapers to brace with the challenges of the multi-platform diversification and distribution. They also have been leveraging social media for audience engagement, and it's not only on. So the print newspapers have not limited themselves to just the textual content. Rather, they have gone into the video and the interesting element graphical content as well. Though there were some gaps which could be improvised in further studies. These are certain recommendations through these gaps that I'm suggesting here. So we had limited empirical studies, so lack of comprehensive empirical studies have been there. We can delve more into this. So regional specificity, the specificity has to be there. So it has to be fully captured through the masses. We haven't seen any long-term impact studies, so maybe a longitudinal studies can be carried out in future. studying the psychology of the audience, the perception of the audience, the preferences of these regional language newspaper readers vis-a-vis the media platforms, the new media platforms, can be done as a comparative study. How the technological adoption is going on, that can also be studied. And we can also have a comparative study between regional language newspapers and their English counterpart, which, if I can make a small inclusion, was also the topic for my PhD thesis. That's all. I would invite any questions if there are.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Rusha. And I must appreciate the way you have carried the thing, the way the presentation has been shown here, the way you've spoken about it. It is like from A to Z. So my compliments to you first. Second thing is the way you started the role of the newspaper and the time of the independence and how the changing scenario had happened. And at the same time, I'm very happy that you spoke that how the TOI and the Hindus and all the newspaper versus the Western areas, the newspaper, how it was going up and down, and how the uses of regional newspaper has added a lot of flavor in that. And it reminds me my management days when we are discussing about the STP, segmentation, targeting, as well as the clear-cut processing part, which is very important. So you added all the flavor on that, and at the same time you also added the positioning part also. While all your concluding part, what you said that how it has to be taken, you touched the technology part, you touched the regional language versus the English newspaper where it is going there, and how technology is going to make a difference. So all the things which has been adopted, and then you said that also 300 research articles which you have got through it. It is commendable, right? So my real appreciation to you, and very happy to listen such a wonderful presentation for such a wonderful research paper. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.